Hello everyone, how are we doing? You should have been hearing nothing. Look, the computer is getting more advanced than I am, but there is going to be fix soon, because, just in case it does start doing these things where it's actually managed to start up properly by itself, I'm going to get well, what I'm planning on doing is running a whole load of, the start screens through Microsoft PowerPoint on auto record as they flick through, and turning that into a sort of video that will play at the beginning whenever I start my channel. Hello everyone, how are you all doing? How goes everyone? So, Battle of Blackett Strait. It's always fun. Hello Phil Williams, hello Stafford, hello Knight681, hello Peter Dawson, hello John Shea, hello Steve Richards, hello Leslie Mitchell. Oh, the A1 was blocked out of town, so quicker the drive-through Leeds in rush hour than stay on the A1M. Ooh, koosh. Hello Blackman Maximus, hello Paul Amos, hello Joss Funk, hello De Brock, hello Byron Newman, hello everyone who's here. Bejon, hello. Knight681, you've made that point now about twice, at least, and it still is a battle. Because, in the nicest way, I can think of at least one battle in the Mediterranean which involved 4 destroyers on one side, 2 cruisers on the other side, and the 2 cruisers got wiped out. And two of the Allied destroyers never actually got into the fight. The entire fight was done by the 2 tribals at the front. So, there is no such thing. Once you're in a war fighting scenario and there are multiple ships involved, it's a battle. If the other side doesn't get a chance to fight back or doesn't manage to fight back that well, then that just means you've actually had a good day at the office and they've had a bad day at the office. It's called a slaughter when you have a load of civilians or children and you decide to mow them down with a machine gun. That's a slaughter. That's abhorrent. A battle where both sides are armed forces is never described. It's not that. It's like why I don't like the media phrases of turkey shoot and all these sort of things. No, if they're armed forces in a combat zone, then they always have the option of surrender. Well, against most militaries, there are some points in history where they don't, but we'll leave that to one side. That's the rarity in terms of modern times. But no. You're one of the few YouTubers I follow about entry music and video. I've got to get that sorted out at some point. Hello, Crochet. Yeah, those 2 destroyers. It was 2 Italian cruisers, and they basically got bushwhacked. For some reason, they were expecting the Allied destroyers to be coming at them from the Mediterranean, not the coast side. The destroyers had actually got round between them and home and attacked them from home. We'll leave that to one side. Yeah, so no, it's not. And it's using such terminology to describe people in combat doing their duty. It's rather not. It's rather. How do I put this? Not so much politely as accurately. It's doing them a disservice when you use such language. And I know I joke around occasionally. And I do joke around occasionally, but I'm always doing it in providing context. Crochet, the Battle of the Shameless Book Plug. Yeah, nicest way. You ain't seen any Shameless Book Plugs. The amount of things I've got to plug, once the Kindle books start rolling out, the sheer number of things for them. And then, longer term, there's a book I want to write about the Third Sea Lords and their roles in shaping the Royal Navy. Basically, I want to pick the Third Sea Lords from about 1904 onwards. to 1946 and do a book about them and about the roughly 42 sort of years they're involved, and those third sea lords are something interesting, and that'll be an interesting book. But it's whether A, I can get under 90,000 words, and B, I can find a publisher who'd actually be interested in it. But I'm going to be doing the Kindle books first. The Kindle books are going to be 45,000 word long, and I've got about 8 of them actually now, at various lines in the process. Basically, there's 2 at the point at which I need to sort out all the pictures for them and make sure I have all the funds for the picture. Some people very kindly already sent me some money towards the pictures. I'm very kind. Thank you for that. That's going to be remembered and mentioned in the beginning. But it's a case of those have got to be done, and the picture rights have got to be sorted out. But one of the things is I'm waiting for picture rights to be sorted out because there was a court case recently which involved British museums being told off for gouging people. And, yeah. They might have to Interesting enough, so far what I've heard out of some of the various museums is, oh no, it's an accurate reflection of the costs of what it costs us to do so. So I think this actually might not get sorted out anytime soon, because they're trying to claim it honestly does cost them nearly £500 to digitise a picture. Now, admittedly, if there is a photographer who is honestly earning, let's say the museum's handing on a sort of price of, let's say they're charging 50 quid for administration, and the rest of the money is going to the photographer for doing that picture. Don't take this the wrong way, but when I go into the National Archives and I'm scanning documents, I can get through somewhere in the region of about 100 pages a minute if I'm really going at it. I can be that quick with because I've got the phone set up to click, and it's just flick, click, flick, click, flick, click the whole time. And I just keep going, and I'm doing fairly well. The most I ever got to was 100 pages in a minute, and usually it's about, let's say it's about 60, 70 in a minute, quite happily. And yeah, that's good. I suppose with theirs, it's got to be more artistically done. You've got to have it more professional and sort of things, but I'm still guessing it's going to take them like 5 minutes. So if they're earning 450 quid for 5 minutes, then Lord bless them, they're earning everything that 90 quid a minute requires. But I somehow doubt that, okay? Somehow I doubt the accountants, the photographers are being paid that much. I doubt that. Now, as to the subject of Sunday streams coming up, it's going to be Mother's Day. Now, 2 things to announce on Mother's Day on Sunday in the UK. One, there'll be no brew ships. There will, however, be a video about Gilio Cesare that's going to be on in the evening. Going to be as a sort of premiere for you all to chat in, and I might well join the chat to talk about that. I will also be doing the normal Twitch broadcast. The main reason I'm doing the Twitch broadcast is because this year my sister's present to my mother is she is cooking the lunch. And apparently I make my sister nervous in the kitchen by suggesting such things as, should the meat be pink? Shall we cook it a bit more? Or anything like that. Now, I do love my sister. I want to tell you all again, she is an amazing engineer. And she is very, very smart. It's just cooking in her, as I've said before. She wants to conquer it. She believes she will conquer it. She hasn't quite conquered it yet. She hasn't made anyone ill recently. So I will be doing a Twitch stream because I'm banned from the kitchen. So there will still be Twitch on Sunday. There'll be a normal campaign of Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts and me answering any questions which turn up in the chat and the normal things I do in a Twitch stream on a Sunday. But there won't be a Brew Ships. There will, however, be the Hallos video. There will also be a video tomorrow evening on German torpedo bombers and carrier-based torpedo bomber designs. And exactly another reason why the Graf Zeppelin is an absolutely terrible idea. You need to... Well, the thing is, please note, the trick I use for digitalizing, and I will do... At some point, I will figure out a way to do this. To actually record or do a 60-second... Because you might have noticed that the Tuesday series of 60-second videos is basically turning into... This is what it's like to be a historian. This is what a historian does. How a historian does it. At some point, probably when I get a new phone, the first video I'm going to record is going to be of the old phone, explaining how I use it to take do documents and how we do document scans these days. And honestly, the fact is, since digital phones have been around to use for taking photographs, they have made a historian's research life so much easier. Because this is within the affordable range of most people. Most people will have a phone. Most people have it'll have a decent camera on it. I usually go for the Samsung cameras over the Apple iPhone cameras. Now, there's two reasons. One, I don't touch iPhones because 3 of the family members of my family who have the most trouble IT have iPhones. And if I have any Apple equipment, I will be expected to be their IT technician. So I avoid iPhones and any Apple systems because of that. I have no wish to take on the job of the Genius Bar. I will leave that to them. Quite happily. I have walked past the Genius Bar when those family members have been in there, and I have seen their pain faces. I have no wish for that to be my pain face. I love my family dearly. I am not doing that. But the other reason I have it is because actually, the cameras on the Samsung, I would say the iPhone cameras are sometimes better for taking pictures of people or vistas and those sort of things. But I swear the Samsung ones are actually better for taking pictures of documents. I swear they are. I don't know what it is, but I swear they are. And so that sort of... And if you think about it, it's just literally touch. And you can get plates which hold the full stands and plates which will hold... And you can have a system which will hold the phone in position. And literally, you just have click. Just position, click, position, click, position, click. And the document's clamped in place so it's not moving. The phone's clamped in place so it's not moving. So they're just lined up, and they appear on your computer screen, almost instantaneously, thanks to Wi-Fi, and that does stand for wireless fidelity. Before anyone starts suggesting it stands for anything else, and it basically connects up and it flashes up on the computer screen, and I can see whether it's a decent picture, or I can go back and take a better one if it's better, if it's not that good, and yeah, that's literally. As I've said before, I'm dyslexic. I don't work well with crowded spaces. I don't work well in that sort of environment. I hate cubicle office spaces where there's the whole thing, because too many people wandering around, too many people to chat to. You know, there's a reason I'm a lecturer. It's because I like talking to people. It's the whole reason. I like talking to people, getting paid to talk to people about something I love. That's just, that's the dream. Come on. But so what I tend to do, I go to the archives. I'm very focused. I do my research. I get all the documents to picture up, and then I take them home and I do the research at home. Which is why having multiple screens, in fact 2 screens, is quite so useful. I actually have a screen up. I have a document up tonight, but it is a document which there should actually be a link to down below. If there's not, I will go and check it out, because there is supposed to be a link to it down below. Now, it should be down below. In the description, there should be a link to it down below. And it's an interesting dock, but that's the sort of thing you then start producing. And I've got systems which will stitch those files together and put them together into a PDF if I want to, or I have them as separate images. I often do both. I have them saved as both, and it just makes my life a little bit easier when it comes to doing research and writing up. You'll be changing jobs. You do not like roommates. Jacob, oh yeah, Mother's Day is a good reason. Goes to check what day it is getting in my place. Yeah, so many people going, hang on, Mother's Day is when in the UK? When is it in ours? Not missing it, no. And that's it. Oh, Bering Strait had a Portholes podcast on the episode on the Grove Zeppelin today. Good for them. Hello, Frank. Cartoon Man More. I had an iPod once. Nice product, but iTunes was awful. It was interesting. Look, look. I have no personal views on Apple at all. I've used some of their products. I was in the school generation which had those. All those Apple computers came in, and they were okay. They were fine. They did what I asked them to do when I asked them to do it. Myself, I build my own PCs. I enjoy doing that. Can't do that with an Apple, so that does tend to lean me slightly more in the direction of PCs. But phone-wise, their phones are perfectly fine. But as said, if I touch one, I then become the Apple technician for the entire family, and I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They can produce the world's best phone. They can produce a phone which was the absolute best phone ever known to mankind. I still will not get it because I am not becoming my family's Apple technician. Oh. That's great. Ocean Line Designs had a video on HMS Furious. Blackman turned up one of the photos. Ah, fun times. Yeah, this is a camera. This has text setting as well, but I don't like using the OCR recommended edition mode because, especially with documents like I get in and I go through an Amnesty Archive documents, that will sometimes miss out the penciled-in scribbles on the edges, and it will miss out sometimes some of the phraseologies, and also there's the fact that some of the phraseology is in the example I used to use is strategically. And strategical and recognizance versus reconnaissance, and some of these things are phrases which aren't as well used, and OCR doesn't like today. So, with all that out of the way, hello. There are going to be a few announcements from Shipshape, etc. coming soon. We are everything's getting sorted out on that front. Basically, we've just all been deluged, and it shouldn't have worked out like that. We've realised what our fundamental error was. In that we were all trying to do everything and trying to organise it all between us, and we almost had not enough depth within the organisation to deal with all the things we were trying to accomplish. And we're going to get them all done, but we need to add depth to the organisation in terms of personnel strength. So it's going to be fun. Hello, Dave Harrison. Hello, everyone. So, right. I'm just going to put on... So, hello and welcome. Battle of Blackett Strait. Why am I talking about this? Well, the battle is famous, but it wasn't actually the most important thing done that evening. It's one of the really interesting things about this battle, and if you go and look at the link down below, that should take you to the bombardment of Munda and Villa Stanmore, January to May 1943, Solomon Islands campaign, by the Office of Naval Intelligence, and all compiled therefore under the steady hand of the Rear Admiral in charge of who's Director of Naval Intelligence at the time, and of course King, who provides the foreword himself. It's always nice when you have a foreword provided by Admiral Ernest King. It does make things interesting. You start looking at the Solomon Islands campaign, you start going, oh, there's some interesting stuff going on here. There really is. The Battle of Blackett Strait, though, is remembered as this battle. But in all the discussions in the time period, it's merely, okay, we were going to do a bombardment and some Japanese ships turned up. It's routine. And that's the thing that really I want to discuss this evening. The fact that the battle can be a side note to what is a routine but very successful operation. And very important operation. That sometimes fighting the enemy is not the most important thing you can do in a day. Or rather, your direct battle with the enemy is not the most important thing you can do in a day. It's really kind of interesting discussion to have. And hopefully you're going to enjoy it. Now, we get, of course, to the shameless book plug. And I always do the shameless book plug. But I've got a reason for that. For those who don't know, with my channel, this is all sort of supported all lovely by you. I've got to maybe buy pictures and sort out some pictures for the books to come. B, we're moving house soon, and at some point I have got to buy a bed. But here is the scary thing. I've worked out the price of the new bed and mattress, etc. and all that stuff I need to get for the new place. Alright. That's nothing. Then I decided to put it into my Amazon bill so I knew exactly what it was. So it's on my Amazon, basket. Then I realized when I organized my Amazon basket and I was looking through it, that it was the 7th most expensive thing in the basket, and all the 6 ahead of it are books. So when you go, hang on, the books are more expensive than the mattress, and there's another 4 books before you get to the bed frame. So in the top 12 items in my basket, 10 of them are books. Okay. What's the most expensive thing in there? Well, at that point, it was the books. I have to admit, now I've added in a sofa bed, which is going in my spare room, which is also something I've got to think about getting at some point. And that's more. But that's £500. The mattress is £270, so that tells you there's about 6 books between £500 and £270 on that. And the bed frame is 150 quid. And there are any books between that. I'm not going to reveal their prices too much, but one of the interesting things I did find was that there was one book in there which I am actually really, really keen on, and haven't managed to get to. Just haven't managed to purchase it yet, because of the way life has stacked up, and then whenever it's been available, I haven't been able to buy it. Which is actually Frederick Dreyer's own book, which I keep looking at, and that is actually less than the bed frame. That is in there. That's less than the bed frame. But no. I spend way too much on books. I really do. Oh, I do. I spend way too much on books. So, thank you everyone who's been buying my own book, and why I've been doing the Shameless Book Plug, because buying this book allows me to buy other books. It keeps the book money going round. And as many of you who watch the channel will know, there is currently a chance to win two copies of the two copies of these are up to be won, so two people will win a copy, which will be personalised and have a note in there from me in the writing competition that's currently going on. And again, there should be a link to that in the description below. If there isn't, I will go and add one in quickly. Let me just check. Nope, I forgot to put one in that video. Forgot to put one in that one. I've got to edit that one. There you go. There you go. It's in. So here, books be expensive. Amazon has the Gutenberg line. Hello, Tim. Not quite. The point was, so history specifically written for historians, or is 50 years plus out of print? Mixture of the two. Mixture of the two. It's a mixture of the two. There is no such thing as too many books. I would agree with you. I would agree with you. But, one of the reasons we're moving, etc., is that I am going to end up with a large office space which is going to be on the ground floor. My bedroom is going to be upstairs above it, and that probably still will have books in it. I'm fairly sure I'll put some bookshelves in the bedroom and some bookshelves in the spare room as well. But that is going to mean that most of my books are going to be on a concrete floor within a building, which will be quite good for them. And, yeah. How'd I put this? There are going to be a lot of calyx shelves in my future. A lot of them. Because they're about heavier duty enough to take the books, and I can buy enough of them at the right price that I can set it up, and then I can replace them slowly with better quality ones I will build myself. But calyx will do. A lot of calyx. I was considering going for things like Tuffman scale industrial shelving, but I decided that that would not look the right aesthetic for my books. But no, that's off topic. Don't you? I'm sure how to feel about that, but good God, out of 12 items, well, 10 books, and then I'm more than a bed. He went a bed in 16 times size of all the books combined. Yes. And just to note, the bed and the question I'm looking at is a queen size. Is what's called a queen sized. This is just for me, so I think getting a king size just for me on my own is a bit too much, but I looked at the price point and decided I might as well get a queen size instead of a regular double, because then it's a bit more space for me to be comfy. And also the queen size bed frames take a lot more stress and have more space underneath them for storing books. That was an important consideration. Excellent, Dave Harrison. So, let's get into the Blackett Strait, the Battle of the Blackett Strait. Now, I have a small issue here. And I do admit that I do have a small issue here, because I put this slide together. And for some reason, I put 6th and 7th instead of 5th and 6th. And I did know it afterwards when I was going through. I was going, that's wrong. That's wrong. This is why you're looking under 7th. But, yeah. So let me just fix that. Occasionally, we make mistakes. There we go. It's all right now. So why the Solomon Islands? Why do the Solomon Islands matter? What matters about the Solomon Islands? Well, if you notice, they are quite important for two things. One, the trade route and shipping stuff between America and Australia. Quite useful. They're quite nicely positioned for launching attacks on that area. And for potentially attacking Australia. But also, they are the outermost area of Japanese influence in many regards. If you can push the Japanese back from the Solomon Islands, you get closer and closer to Rabaul. And Rabaul is the key defensive position. Now the thing is, and the point that needs to be sort of put together for this all, is that the Japanese are trying to actually phase their withdrawal. They're trying to reinforce and select where they fight. They are being quite sensible. It's one of those things that's often forgotten. I'm going to be getting into this more in tomorrow's video about the German and their inability to actually do proper logistics and creation of stuff. The fun statistic is that they had 5 torpedoes a month being built, aerial torpedoes a month, in 1939, and it took them a long time to get more than 5. And, by the way, it starts off as they're getting 5 units a month, and then it's 5 working units a month. It's a scenario that Germans had. Well, the Japanese have more in terms of infrastructure and construction, and they've done a lot of development on those things, and they've had the time to do that. But even they realize they don't have enough for what they wanted to achieve. In many regards, they succeed far greater than they thought they were going to. They achieve far more than they really believed was possible, and they overextend themselves something chronic. And the trouble is, there is no real right point for it, because if you overextend yourself, then you're buying time with area. You're buying basically time to try and rebuild, modify, and maybe sap your own enemy's strength with geography. And to an extent, that's a better policy than trying to buy it with lives. But in order to make that work, you need to be able to hold down that geography and sustain that geography and support it. And that's the problem for the Japanese. They can't. I would say the Japanese shortages in World War II start, run through, and end with logistics. The issues throughout World War II are logistics and infrastructure for the Japanese. They can never have enough, deploy enough, utilize enough of their forces. They're always hampered by the logistical considerations. And the thing is, when you're dealing with the likes of America, with its industrial capacity and potential, and the British Empire with its geographical spread and legacy, and especially legacy infrastructure, you're dealing with organizations which have inbuilt logistical advantages. Doesn't mean they always manage to take advantage of them, and doesn't mean things always go right. Just having the logistics isn't a golden key. It doesn't automatically mean everything's going to go perfectly. But having logistics means that when you do for the right things, it does go well. Whereas not having logistics means even when you do the right things have a habit of going wrong. And that's the problem. That is the problem. Just have a king size. If I get a king size bed, I'll never get the poodle and the corgi out of the bed. That's off this topic, but that literally is. That did go through my head. You know, for those who don't know, I have a standard poodle, the senior fluffy research assistant, and a corgi, the fluffy research assistant. He did used to be the junior and the fluffy research assistant. They've both been promoted. That's good. That happened a while ago. But the thing is, if I have a king-size bed, which is big enough for both of them, I will never get rid of them. In fact, in a nice way, I'll probably end up sleeping on the floor. The whole thing is a queen size is about the biggest bed I can control myself, and hopefully limits the canine inclusion to at least to a maximum one canine at a time. Frank Mount. Solomons versus North Africa and logistics challenge? Oh boy. Yeah. People often forget that most of the North Africa campaign is fought by sending the logistics all the way around Africa. Dirt Squad, no. Honestly, no. Emperor bed. I'm bigger than Napoleon was. I don't want an Emperor-sized bed. It wouldn't fit me. I'm sorry. I know Napoleon was perfectly average for his time. I do realise that the short jokes are inaccurate. But no, an Emperor-sized bed is I'm sorry, I'm just a bit too big for that. I'm so scared. Yeah. Ay, caramba. It'll be fun. So, the Solomons campaign is an ongoing campaign in many ways of attrition and development. It's one of those really interesting campaigns and periods in American history in that the US is developing a lot of materials and systems that are going to be part of its war effort for ongoing, for the rest of the war. It's also the Americans learning a little bit more about what they really want to do and how they really want to do an operation. Solomon's campaign runs arguably from January 1942 onwards. And the really fun thing is about some of the campaigns are still going for much later in the war. Are still going on in, August 1945. Why? Because the Solomon Islands and this area is actually made for guerrilla warfare. Whether by sea or by land, there are enough terrain types which actually benefit a intransient defensive position that you can achieve it, you can carry it out. And please note, one of the things I found here again, if you have quickly popped through the document linked down below, you'll find that's a picture. There is a picture in the bottom right hand of your screen, which is of Blackett Strait. There is Cooler Gulf showing Villa Stanmore Airfield and Blackett Strait in the centre foreground, and New Georgia in the background. And so I do enjoy these American documents. Would you say it was the voyage of the White Fleet that taught the US about long-range logistics in the steam era? It started the process. But it also showed the problems with their process. And again, as we've discussed before, if at any point they'd really annoyed the British fleet Britain could have left the Americans stranded. Because it's British colliers and British supplied coal which is keeping them going. Because the Americans don't have the colliers or the things in place. So it's one of those things of people go, do Britain and America have good relations? Well, let's be honest. It doesn't require. It is not exactly a war, declaring war scenario. If suddenly, let's say, all the British colliers that you're trying to range are busy and hired on other contracts, so you're held up in a place for a couple of weeks, it's highly embarrassing for you as a nation, but it wouldn't be something which would cause a war. But that doesn't happen. Because Britain and America do have quite good relationship. It's not always an agreeable relationship. We're not always each other's friends. Well, when I say friends, we're not always each other's yes people. But we do tend to, especially in this period, respect each other. Well, yeah, I would add there's a discussion going on Grenadier height in the chat, and I will just add a small mention that, honestly, when it comes to... what I'll do is I'll do this, so people know what I'm talking about. There we go. So you can see some of the chat going along. It's one of the things you sort of realise with the height of Grenadiers, etc., is they are selected for their height. If you were played in a modern basketball team, you would probably have been a Grenadier. You might not even had any choice. Let's be honest. Frederick the Great had a habit of, if you were tall enough to be one of his Grenadiers, he would find a way to recruit you. We're not quite sure whether by hook or by crook, but certainly by whatever hook he could get into you. That was his plans anyway. Imagine, I read way back that the Great White Fleet had issues with private colliers being at the prearranged place at the right time. Yeah, but let's put it this way. There were communication issues, but there weren't as much issues as there could have been. If British government especially had wanted to muck around with them, they could have really mucked around with them. There are discussions of whether the German government were considering mucking around with them, but they didn't. Then that was the father of Frederick, right? No, Frederick was also quite similar, but his father was just as inclined. I mean, let's be honest. All the Prussian kings have had a bit of an interesting history. And the fact that you have a whole line of Fredericks does make it also fun. But yes, there is Frederick the Soldier King, or Soldan König, and then there's Frederick the Great, and both of them kind of liked a lot of tall men in their grenadiers. And when I say kind of liked, I mean, one of them might have had a slight inclination of James I and Sixth in him. The other one seems to have just liked tall soldiers because they were scary. Mamos, it sounds like if the US had spent some more money on fast oilers by either building them for Navy or contracts, the Pacific could have gone quite a bit different. Yes, pretty much the thing that dictates a lot of... the thing that dictates a lot of the pace of World War II is the movement of fast oilers and oilers. And the movement of amphibious ships. So you can tell where to make, if you were watching sensibly. If you're doing these sort of the jobs, and if you're doing, watching as intelligence officers should be doing, you could quite easily work out what the Allied intentions were by where the amphibious ships are going, where the oilers are going. That's what it wasn't. Oh, yeah, but just because one has those inclinations, just because they both had those inclinations, Derp Squad, doesn't mean the other's going to cause. They're not going to do something for public image. A lot of the Japanese knew that one. Yeah, there's all sorts of fun things. There are all sorts of fun things with the German, the Russians, and everyone else in the Grenadiers. But this. I love these lives. I love these lives, but I do admit we do get distracted on them. There are people who listen to this live going, "Oh, you're not keeping the topic." Well, now you can see the chat stream, and you see why I don't keep the topic. I answer that I do discuss things with the chat. Seeing some more fast oil is being built by the US in the interwar period might be my 6th patron suggestion for me. It could be. So, why is Japan interested in the Villa Stanmore airfield? Well, it's part of the Kolombangara, the garrison. And this is part of the defensive perimeter of Rabaul, which of course is the hub base for the defense of the southern resource area, which is the hub of the expanded area which they have seized, which was their entire justification for going to war, because they needed access to their own resources. They needed access to their own resources because the Americans had started blockading and various, not blockading, sanctioning them and preventing their trade. And that prevention of trade was, of course, a response to the Japanese aggression in China and the Sino-Japanese War, which was, of course, the Japanese trying to build up an empire so they would have resources and trade, and all that goes back to they have an absolutely terrible economy. And they have an absolutely terrible economy because they have a lot of people who are very good at fighting things, and a lot of people who are very good at artistic things. Not a lot of people who are very, unfortunately, in the senior leadership in this period, and this is usually when people start going, "Oh, you're saying nasty things about these people. You're being, disparaging about them as a group." And I'm going, "No, I'm not. This is their leadership. Look at the Japanese leadership in this period. You will find a lot of very good people who are very good at dealing with sharp, pointy things, and a lot of people who are very good at artistic things. You will find very few people who are very good at what I would call engineering things and the sharp facts of life. They are in terms of economics and industry and infrastructure. You will find, sadly, not enough of those people. And the trouble is, those people, when they are there, are usually important people, often have a big impact, outsized impact. But the thing is, there aren't that many of them. And that impact can quickly be forgotten if they fall foul of the political debates taking place. And so for Japan, when they do make sensible decisions like, we can't control this area, we're going to withdraw, and that was a big shock to the Americans. The Americans had thought that in the Solomon campaigns, the Japanese were reinforcing places. They didn't realize they were withdrawing from them. When they withdrew from places back to the Kolombangara garrison, that really shocked the Americans. They were going, well, they've been withdrawing? Because in the American mind, the Japanese were never going to withdraw. They were going to fight tooth and nail for every square inch. If you give an example, though, this is basically the Japanese doing the equivalent of the Germans when they withdrew to the defensive lines they'd built, the far stronger trenches they'd built in World War One. When they withdrew to their concrete, massive trench system, and it was far more secure, far stronger, far more well provisioned, far more firmly built. That's what the Japanese have done. They've surrendered lines to go back to an area where they felt they can more easily defend. And the air bases are part of this. But the trouble is the Japanese are running into a lot of issues when it comes to logistics and aircraft production. And there was a good point made earlier about, Australia actually building more aircraft than Japan at one point. There are reasons for that. In that, what you have to deal with the fact is, Japan's big problem is, why build aircraft if you don't have the pilots for them? And one of the problems for Japan in their organization logistical thing is they're still in the idea that you get the ships, get the equipment, and then train it for people. And then by the time war's going around and World War II is in full swing, they realize they haven't got the people that they've been building all the aircraft for. And when you add in the desire to upgrade their aircraft production, to change their aircraft production, they haven't got enough depth of infrastructure that they can often maintain production levels and do a transfer over to a new type of aircraft. So that's all due to the depth of infrastructure they have available in their home islands. That's the Japan of 1930s, 1940s is not the Japan of today. It's very different. And another issue they have, and this is an often forgotten thing about the US Navy submarine service contribution to World War II, is that the Japanese, like Britain, move a lot of their goods internally, externally. I.e., they move a lot of their internal movement of goods and supplies and materials between factories is moved by the sea. The coastal convoys. And whereas the coastal convoys fighting up and down, especially the east coast of the UK, but even the south coast and sometimes the west and north coast of the UK, they are a hard-fought battle, but they get through. It's one of the interesting things as you look at World War II. You look at the sheer amount of resources chucked to the British coastal convoys. There is no PQ-17 in the coastal convoys. Those convoys fight, and it's also one of the really interesting things is you look at the coordination of the Royal Air Force and the forces involved in the coastal convoys, and you realise that the really good people coordinating naval and aerial assets from the Air Force, etc., are in the UK. And then there's some good people in the Mediterranean, and you realise that half the problems we have in Singapore, etc., are because all the people who have any experience or understanding of that stuff have been sucked up by these two theatres, and the people out there are trying to do it from a book. And they've not really, all they've got is the book. And that means they're not really prepared for it. Because there's the book and there's doing it in reality. There's the theory and there's putting the theory into practice. And the theory can be great. It's a foundation to build from. And it's better than nothing. But having the experience, or at least having been involved in putting that theory into practice, gives you a far firmer foundation to build from when you're doing it yourself. Well, with the Japanese, with their islands, they've got the American submarines turning up, and the British submarines, and all sorts of little things doing nasty things off their waters. We went round, of course, Australia while the shipshape crew were there, and you go through the base and you realise there are massive American submarine bases and there are massive American and British submarine bases in Australia. And those submarines were having a free-range time. A free-range time. That's good. I think it's about to do with Frederick the Great, and Frederick the Soldier King. I don't think either really cared about getting best dad ever mugs. As a matter it was not till the 1950s merchants were allowed in the Kyoto Dojo. Also, in 1930s, if a merchant got too much power, they had accidents. Exactly. There was no room for such people in the senior classes. German withdrawal on and those were on higher ground, from where rainwater flows to lower ground. Oh yeah, it was fun. O'Neill, the firearms ban hindered mechanical tool and metals development. Many machine tool design came from firearms inventions and the mechanical process. True, that was something. Marnus, is it really true that the IJN and IJ actually had such things as bolts produced to different sizes, so just so the enemy could never use them, i.e. each other? There is some interesting data around that. I'm not 100% sure whether it's the full story. It might be just the way it worked out. But let's put it this way. It's a big enough deal that they were both using engines, similar, the same engine, that I mentioned it in the A5M video. Mission. Even today, coastal shipping is about 50% of domestic freight in Japan, with trucks 40% and rail like 5%. In 1940s, the sea-rail split was about 60-40. Yeah. Trucks replace the trains, not the ships. Yes, it's true. And honestly, I think if you want to boost Britain back to a more Britain or many other countries, actually, I would argue America as well, to an extent, back to a more environmentally friendly and economically sustainable future, you've got to re-embrace sea transport and get goods off the roads. If you can get the heavy loads moving around by water, that's far more energy efficient, far more environmentally friendly, and it also frees up congestion and frees up other things. But, you know, what can I say? I am preaching a bit to the choir here, and I try preaching to the chorus line of the no, 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 everything's got to go by road whenever I get the chance. You know, VM Williams, in Canada, rail is the main cross-country transport. Railroads are a big business picking up in Halifax and hauling to BC ports, British Columbia ports, like Iron Canal. Anyway, so Rabaul is important, and Rabaul's important because, as said, it's the centre of everything. It really is. Rabaul is in New Guinea, and it is, if we go back to this map here, so if I get rid of this quickly, it's straight up there. And so you can theoretically go round to attack it, but to go round and attack it, you'd be coming in the back of the Bismarck Sea, and you'd have your be completely surrounded by the enemy. Which is not a good position to be in to attack the Japanese. They are far, far too proficient to do that, to allow that. And so, if you are trying to defend Rabaul, the best place to defend Rabaul is as far away from Rabaul as you can sustain. Pretty much that's what they're looking at. This is the Columban garrisons and areas are about that. They have put in a huge number of troops. They've drawn troops from other islands to there, and they've also sent reinforcements to there. Rabaul, yes, and Rabaul is in New Britain, but it's in oh good lord. It's in New Britain in Papua New Guinea. So, yeah, it's New Britain is the island, and Papua New Guinea is sort of the areas in. The fact that there's New Britain and New Ireland out there is just always amusing me, but we'll leave that to one side. But it's all part of Papua New Guinea as well. So, with that as your reason for the Japanese being there, they have an airbase. That airbase has aircraft. And what else are involved in this battle? Well, in this battle, we are talking about Second Fleet, which is rather unsurprising. In fact, at some point when I'm doing... Well, next year is going to be the year of leadership. Then after that is probably going to be another vessel type year. So maybe the year of the submarine, maybe the year of the destroyer or the frigate, something like that. Then the year after that is going to be the year of organization and structure. It's going to be looking at fleets and squadrons throughout history. How they're organized, how they're led, how their sort of their formations. At some point in that one, so we're talking roughly 3 years away. So about 2027. There's going to be, of course, the year of the fleets and the year of the organizations. And at that point, I probably will try and do a video about Second Fleet and all the stuff they get up to. Second Fleet are gorgeous. They are lovely. They are a wonderfully storied unit. But, saying all that, they have a pretty big claim to fame. In that, between 1903 to April 1945, Second Fleet pretty much are involved in every operation going. Because they are a strike force of cruisers and destroyers. And that's what they always exist as. There is the main fleet, which is centered around the battleships. But Second Fleet is either there to assist them in their operations, or is off doing its own operations. So, almost every action you can think of, there will be ships from Second Fleet there. But a year of escorts, frigates and corvettes. I think frigates and corvettes deserve their own years. I really do think frigates and corvettes deserve their own years. I think I could do that. I think I could get away with doing a year of the corvette and a year of the frigate. That's going to be a bit further on in the channel's history, in the channel's future, but I can do that. It'll be interesting. Now, Second Fleet at this point is under command of Vice Admiral Nobutake Kondo. Now, Kondo is pretty darn interesting as Japanese admirals go. And most of them are interesting, but Kondo is interesting mostly because what he doesn't do. He does get to the full rank of admiral. He commands Naval Operations Bureau. He commanded the Congo, the Keiko, the 5th Fleet. He was Vice Chief of Naval General Staff. He was Commander of 2nd Fleet. He was a Naval Counselor, and he was in charge of the China Area Fleet. He fought in the Second Sino-Japanese War, the Hainan Island Operation and the Swatow Operation. He fought at the Battle of Midway, the Indian Ocean Raid, New Guinea Campaign, Guadalcanal Campaign, and Solomon Islands Campaign. Orders included Order of the Rising Sun 2nd Class, Order of the Golden Kite 1st and 3rd Class, and Order of the Sacred Treasure 3rd Class. So, when I say he's a decorated, experienced officer, who, whilst being born in September 1886, and not dying till he was 66 years old in 1953. So, let's be honest, in World War II, in this period we're talking about, and let's remember, we are talking about 43. He is 56, pretty much. Yeah, 56. He's not exactly old, and he's organising his forces pretty darn well. So he's coming up with some fairly good and competent plans and organisations of these forces. His chief of staff at this time is someone we know a little bit less around. Kazutaka Shirashi. Again, an interesting soul. And I did have to, how do I put this politely, go to my book up there, which I will grab now, I think. It was behind me, he says. There it is. That's why I lost it. I put it to one side. I put it over to that side. So it was behind me, but now it's not. It's now beside me. Oh, can I get it off? Now, it's always fun when you look up someone and you go, where am I going to find out their data? And you go, well, thank God I have this, which is the Shokan, Hirohito's Samurai. Does make life a little bit easier when you're trying to track someone down and you're going, I know, I have your details, I know you exist. To an extent. I know you exist, to an extent. And I realise your name will be somewhere around that spelling, but, you know. Lord help me. It may not be. It may not be. Now, at this point, found him. Rear Admiral, Chief of Staff to the Southern Force under Gondu. For the invasion of Malaya and Dutch East Indies. Chief of Staff, Second Fleet, again under Gondu. He works with them a lot. During Operation MI, the intense invasion of Midway, and May to June 1942. Still there, for quite a long time afterwards, but not much information known. He tends to follow around Nobutake Kondo. He tends to follow him around, but literally, that's the best I found about him. Silent Bar and larger this one. Yeah. They both had good connections. Now, neither of these officers are actually at the battle. It's worthwhile noting that. But they're the one organising the force. And at this point, Second Fleet is pretty much doing a lot of the work in the Solomon Islands. It's doing a lot of the work of the Japanese, organising things like the Tokyo Express. All those things are mostly being organised through Second Fleet. So they're trying to very much keep the Navy going, keep the Japanese war efforts going. They are pretty much running a lot of the strategy of the show, despite there being a lot of other senior officers having their involvement, making their statements. And the Japanese have a wonderful thing of this, of having The Japanese are never short of people trying to stick their oar in to put ideas forward to claim credit if things go well, but who will avoid credit if things go wrong. That's another problem for the Japanese. We often talk when we talk about polycratic structures, and in terms of World War II, we often focus in mainly on the Germans, because let's be honest, the German structure is absurd in that front. But it also can't be forgotten that quite a lot of the powers involved on the Axis side have the same problem. And it's not to say that democracies are immune to it. Democracies have their own issues. But the whole advantage in terms of democracies is that people can, how to put this politely, are less scared of losing their heads if they complain that their colleagues are trying to poach into their area and be stupid. They're less worried about, well, that person's a favourite of Churchill, or that one's a favourite of Roosevelt. And going, excuse me, the army's trying to replicate what the Navy already does. Is this really sensible? Or the army going, well, the Navy's trying to replicate what the army's already doing, so is this really sensible? Which, actually in Britain, they did. At one point they did say, because they were talking about the Royal Navy Commando Force, which was involved, of course, with what Ian Fleming did. And the army do complain, it's replicating what we were already doing. And the government goes, no, it's not. Because look at their defined requirements, can you mirror that? And they went, no, we can't. So as long as they keep to their defined requirements, that's fine. If they overstep that, then they're nicking from you, and then we can tell them off. Of course, Ian Fleming took that as a challenge, and pretty much the Royal Navy Commando Unit spent its entire life existing outside of the rules, and sometimes not just dancing around them, dancing over them in clogs. But leaving that to one side, the whole point was the army was able to say that, and it didn't start off a blood feud. Whereas in Japan, it starts off a blood feud quite quickly, and they're trying to kill each other. And again, that's why people usually go, you're saying you're being anti-Japanese culture or something. I'm not! Go and look at the history of this period! Before you write a nice long comment down below, basically accusing me of being a racist because I'm saying that the Japanese have a propensity for killing each other in this period, go and actually look at the history and see how many of them die. You know, there's one thing having complaints about leadership or complaining that person's annoying. In Japan, at this period, they are literally killing each other over points of, not even points of honour, points of disagreement over decimal places. It is a level beyond that which is normal and logical, because at this point, everything's ramped up into Japan to an absolute fever pitch over their survival as a very culture, let alone a nation, an independent group, because they believe everything is at stake. That they are not going to be wiped out just as a people, but as an identity. And that's put an enormous pressure into things, an enormous psychological emphasis into things, which has led them down to these very extreme paths. Promotion by dagger, promotion by bomb, machine gun, piano wire, a few other things as well. Mark Hallos, John Marshall, the FDR. Mr. President, will you stop referring to the Navy as we and the Army as they? And Roosevelt just went, I was Naval Secretary, I like them. But also, I think at one point, FDR did point out that they had MacArthur, and he didn't want to be anything associated with MacArthur. And at which point Marshall probably agreed with him. And probably at that point Marshall was probably going, I wonder if we can borrow some of the Japanese methodology. General MacArthur, here are some lovely cakes. Don't have them taste tested before you eat them. So the fact the IJA had its own navy is inter-service rivalry gone mad. Oh, goodness gracious me. Look, the IJN have their own army. The IGN quite literally, both services in the base. When we talk about the Japanese self-defense forces, and people go, "Where did the model come from?" If you look at both their army and their navy in the interwar period, they were basically the self-defense force of a combined structure of aviation, army, and navy. It's just one was an army-emphasized self-defense structure, and was a navy-emphasized self-defense structure. It's just, yeah. Oh, MacArthur was so many things. Let me put it this way. If I had to choose between who had the biggest ego, between MacArthur, Montgomery, Beatty, am I going to chuck in some others? Patton, Halsey, and honestly, I'm trying to pick undeserved egos. There are just so many on the British side. Beresford. Over which one had the biggest ego, I would literally sit there and go, Drac, do you want to punt at this? And he'd probably go, Garius, do you want to punt at this? At which point Garius would go, let's all leave it to Dan and go get some food. At which point Dan would be going, what? Sorry, just the ship-shaped cruise skit. Rommel, oh, good lord. Dave Harrison, MacArthur being a nomination for the BT Award for World War II then. Oh. I think his defense of the Philippines, especially the first couple of days, does just about clinch it, but there are so many. It's such a close run thing. It's such a close run thing. Oh. And some win it for their award, win it because it come even closer in the years after World War II. It's just, yeah. And, of course, I don't think I mentioned Lord Louis Mountbatten. Yeah. Hello, Renan. Crochet. Doug, a.k.a. the Petulant Child. Yeah. Oh, he's fun. Rommel is fun. Anyway. So, this is the document which I've been talking about. The wider context of the Solomon Island campaigns. And it is a really good document to get through. When you realise that this covers just a very short period of the Solomon Island campaigns. It's January to May 1943. It's an experience. It's an experience. Sorry, I'm distracted by the chat because we got both mentions of Stalin going on and MacArthur getting the P-45 because he tried to have an argument with Truman over who should have control of nuclear weapons. Yeah. There are some parts of history that really weren't that good. That some people really did have some very, very absurd ideas. Really had some absurd ideas. Now, pretty much in this period, the Americans kept pushing closer and closer. Closer and closer to the Blackett Strait, to that area, because how do I put this politely? They are pushing closer and closer to the Japanese positions. The Americans have realized a long time ago that it's better to expend things rather than people. And with their ships, the firepower they bring to the table, they can expend a lot of things very easily and do a lot of damage and not be there. And their plans are all about not being there. Their plans are all about launching attacks but not being there when things are... when the enemy has a chance to respond. Turn up, bash away, disappear. That's the policy. That's the plan. And it's got almost routine. And when I say almost routine, I mean it is pretty much routine. And it's the same ships doing things time and time again. Time and time again, you have the same ships turning up to do the same job. Sometimes it's the same ships exactly, sometimes it's just the same sets of ships. You keep seeing the same things turning up. The Americans have, in many ways by this point, not just industrialized war. They have... well, they've turned it into almost a Ford factory. A Ford-style factory of warfare. Where it will happen. It is a machine. You will put in these ingredients, this will pop out. Guaranteed. It doesn't matter almost what the enemy does. And they actually write this in their own summary. The end of the bitter ground campaign on Guadalcanal came with surprising suddenness after the first week of February. We'd known for some time the Japanese were running a shuttle line of high-speed transports between Buen and the Guadalcanal area, but it was thought that these Tokyo Expresses were bringing in reinforcements. Consequently, the Japanese Imperial Headquarters announced on 9th of February that the forces had been withdrawn from the island was unexpected. That afternoon, our troops driving west from Tassafaronga and east from Maravoso made a junction. And on the following day, Major General Patch, commander of the ground force in the Solomons, announced that there was no longer any vestige of organised enemy resistance on the island. The fall of Guadalcanal, however, did not mean the imminent elimination of the enemy from the Solomon Islands area. Consolidation of the Japanese Air Force and army bases continued in the islands to the north, despite heavy blows from our planes. By the middle of February, the enemy had a greater concentration of force in the Buen Shortland area than ever before, and in spite of American aerial bombardment, his planes were still operating from Munda and Villastramor. This is why this base is important. Munda and Villastramor are the two critical air bases in the area. At that time, it was believed that the enemy would choose the area around Shortland Island as their main base for defensive stand or future offensive operations. In support of these beliefs, observers advanced their arguments that Shortland was 100 miles further away than Munda from our main air base at Henderson Field, and was a far safer area for Japanese ship operations. Furthermore, it was reasonably close to Rabaul, the main enemy base south of Truk. And again, you can chase Japanese supplies by going Truk and by working back. Rabaul, Truk, Home Island sort of area. You know, you can work that through. That's what it helps to have a live firing training areas like Wake Island that the USN can stop by on the way to Pearl Harbor and the combat zone. There are advantages, yes. Look, Frank MacArthur, I will let you have the fact that he has good ideas, and he has some very solid skills earlier on in his career, but I would argue that when the Philippines are invaded, he is certainly no longer the man he once was. that his ongoing command positions are increasingly more about ego and popinjay than they are, and providing a cover for staff work, which occasionally rises above, and just throwing his logistics. He has some very good subordinate commanders. He has some really good subordinate commanders. He is very lucky in some of his subordinates. But honestly, I think MacArthur suffers from the same problem as Fisher. He hangs around too long. He should have retired after World War II. If you wanted to go into politics, go into politics. Try and beat Eisenhower for the election. He'd have lost, but, you know, that's because Eisenhower was a far finer political mind than MacArthur was. But yeah, he would have had fun. But he should have just he should have left. He should have left the forces after World War II. He shouldn't have stayed in charge in Japan or anything like that. But he liked the treatment. He liked being an emperor. That's what he liked being. And again, one of the troubles you find, and I do point this out in command structures a lot. There are officers, and it's like people. You will find them in companies. We can all think of them. There are people who are very good at leading small units, i.e., a group less than 10 people. They can lead a team of less than 10 with their eyes closed. They will keep them highly motivated and running. There are people who can do up to 50, and they will do it very well. Then there are people who can do 100. Then people who do 1,000. People who do 10,000. But there are people who cannot do above that level. You know, and just because you are good at one level of leadership does not mean you're going to be good at the level above it. And sometimes not being good at some levels of leadership actually means you're actually better at the levels above it. You could be an absolutely terrible small unit leader. Absolutely terrible at leading a dozen people. But absolutely great at leading 1,000,000. Because if you think about it, it's a completely different skill set. To motivate and lead people you know face to face, you have to talk to face to face, and to organise a vast group of people. It's a completely different skill set. And I think that's sometimes to me a bit of the trouble we have in the modern militaries, in that we don't have enough depth to absorb people who might not be so good at leading at lower levels, to maintain them in the forces long enough so that they can then blossom at higher levels. Think about the number of senior officers, excellent senior officers in history, who were absolutely terrible at junior officers. And these days they got rid of. Or just saying, no, if you send Carlton de Witt to command the British Armed Forces in the Far East, in the nicest way, something nasty happens to MacArthur. Because, let's be honest, Carlton de Witt is the one man who would possibly scare him. I mean, he'd see him coming towards him and go, I'm a very brave... You've lost limbs? You're still fighting? How can I compete image-wise with you? You're Carlton de Witt. You're literally the living embodiment of the Black Knight from Monty Python. Tis but a scratch. Loses fingers and eye and all sorts of things. That was a very good war, actually. Nimitz himself ran his first command on the ground. Yeah, there are many captains of destroyers who ran their ships to the ground in the interwar 1920s and 30s, who then go on to become fine admirals in World War II. And again, I'm not saying that's a requirement. I'm not saying you want to promote people who run their ships aground. I'm just saying, if you have a large enough force, you can look at someone and go, did they run that vessel to the ground because they were an idiot or because they were trying to do about 24 things at once? The latter. So basically, you need someone to be dealing with the running of a ship, so they can run a squadron and a fleet. Yes. Ah. No, Dirt Squad. The thing is, I like Slim. He's a nice guy. He doesn't have the personality to put up with. Whereas Carlton the Weird would toy with MacArthur, Slim would actually try to communicate with him. Where, there is a difference there going on there. And there was a benefit with having Nimitz and MacArthur. There was a benefit behind them, though. I do often wonder what would happen if you managed to replace MacArthur with Patton, let's say. I think that could have been interesting. I think even more interesting, you just, replace a Nimitz with Halsey, have MacArthur replaced by Patton, and have Carlton the Weird out there. It would just be non-stop. That's not military, but the best senior civil servants I worked with started the coalface and went out. Yeah, but again, the civil service is a different scenario and a different leadership scenario again as well. They will. It's one of those things of, is this an organization you need fundamental understanding of the coalface to be able to run it? I would argue in the military you probably do. But you're not necessarily the best at the coalface. So whilst you started the coalface and work your way up, and I'm not at no point if you notice this is what I said, have I been advocating for anything else for people coming in at other levels. What I've been saying is you can be terrible at the lower level and be great at the higher level. There is a difference. So yeah, starting, you've gone with starting coalface and worked your way up, but the thing is, all of them did that. It's just some of them are really not good at the lower level, and shouldn't be promoted based on their performance at the lower level. Let's be honest, running your destroyer aground should not be grounds for promotion. But in the Royal Navy, they went, he's one heck of an aggressive destroyer commander. I like him. So he's going to the tribal class. Yeah, but he'd have had to really work up to get to that point, whereas, yeah, Carlton the Weird might do something nasty to him before he got there. So we discussed the Japanese strategic command in the area, so let's consider the American strategic command in the area. Now, here is the difference here. The Task Force Mike is actually going to be under the command of Rear Admiral Aaron S. Merrill. He's there. That's the far picture. If I quickly do this gentleman. And the Commander South Pacific area at this point is the only Vice Admiral William F. Halsey. This gentleman. They are interesting officers. To say they are aggressive and to say they are determined to win and drive home the war as hard as they can on the Japanese is to put it mildly. Halsey will, of course, famously run his fleet into a storm because, well, a judgment call goes wrong. Merrill doesn't have quite that one, but let's put it this way. If you were going to ask me who was the next best in commanding surface actions after Admiral Lee in the US Navy in this period, I would probably pick Merrill. And that's the point. He's good at this stuff. He's very good at surface action. Now, at the beginning of this video, I basically wouldn't say told off, but gently chided, I would go with 9681, because he's calling it a slaughter rather than a battle. Thing is, Merrill has a very good day at the office. Merrill has intelligence come in at the right time, and he makes the right calls. At no point does he go, oh, well, you know, the plan's going slightly wrong. Oh, we've got to change the plan. He changes things. He doesn't stick to the plan. He changes the plan to suit the circumstance. And he's happy to do so. At no point does he think, but this is not the plan. The plan was to do this. So we must do this. And he goes, well, we're now doing this. And it fits, broadly speaking, in the plan, so we'll do. We'll do it. Vision Nimitz was happy the big general got along so well with Halsey when the admiral was put in charge of South Pacific ease friction between Navy and Army operations. It didn't hurt that Halsey had an absolutely bulletproof ego and treated just considered MacArthur one level above a buffer, one very small level above a dancing monkey. Halsey has a very low tolerance for people who are him, and he gets the staffs to work together, but he avoids contact whenever possible with MacArthur. And that's how things run along very nicely, because for MacArthur's point, Halsey doesn't try and take the press attention away from him. Halsey's rather happy to let MacArthur take the press credit. It doesn't really bother him. And for Halsey, he's happy that MacArthur is nowhere near him at any point when he avoids him. Are you going to say this man leads? Merrill certainly does. Merrill is a good officer when it comes to that level. And again, he's another one of those ones who've had experience who wasn't really necessarily the best officer at the lower ranks. That's... The point, I suppose, is that this topic really gets across to me is there's three things that come through in this discussing when discussing it, when I'm talking it through. One, you get the fact that the battle is not the important part of the operation. The battle is the more famous part, but the operation is more important. And if you look through the reports, the operation is far more focused on the actual battle. The battle is a couple of paragraphs. Two, the officers involved are fundamentally professional, but quite a lot of them were not that great at junior ranks. But they were given the freedom and the ability to grow, and it was understood that you might not be the best junior officer, but that might actually make you a better senior officer. Being an independent thinker, able to make decisions for yourself, and adapting sometimes the letter of the operation to fit the spirit of the operation, because that makes it work, is something which is not always liked by all senior officers and junior officers. Especially while they're learning a trade, because it can run risks, and it can if they don't understand the full circumstances going on, and very often junior officers don't understand the full circumstances going on because of compartmentalization of information, and just sheer time to brief everyone on everything going on. It can cause a lot of trouble. But if you think about it, you need an officer who has that confidence to take on that kind of duty and do that kind of thing to be in senior command. Con Cameron, I'd have to remember and check whether or not James Cagney, the actor, was actually ever in command of anything just before I said no, because there are so many actors who were actually in armed forces in World War II that I needed to check, but no. In this period, he was president of the Screen Actors Guild. He's in office 1942 to 1944. Chris Shea, second chance allowing a junior officer to gain wisdom experience may just be a good thing. It is. If you have a large enough force, you can do it. And if you have cheap enough ships, you can do it. Let's be honest. I guessed it was the reference to the role he played in Gallant Hours, but I did want to check. You know, because again, he might have been out there. He might have been a reserve officer or something called up. There's always a chance I miss something about someone's career as an actor. But no, with the second chance, you have to remember. Today, the equivalent of vessels are the River class in the Royal Navy, the patrol vessels. Destroyers in in the sort of the 1920s and 30s and World War II period, and even World War I period, especially World War I period, are in quite plentiful supply. Okay, you'd always like more of them, but you have enough of them that if you lose one through an accident, or damaged in accident, it's not going to break the bank. They're cheap enough, and you can therefore use them to train up junior officers to command. And you also have to ask yourself, what are you looking for in a destroyer commander? You're looking for someone who's going to be aggressive and take risks. Why? Because if you think about it, they've got to barrel into a huge quantity of secondaries, enemy destroyers and all sorts of other things, to get within range of their target, to launch a spread of torpedoes, to have a chance of sinking a ship which is many times the size. And that's what they do. And officers who have the level of requisite aggression to carry out such a thing, and aggression, skill, and confidence, as well as leadership to keep their crew behind them while they're doing it, those sort of people are in peacetime also still going to push the envelope. Because it's their very nature to push the envelope. That's what you want them for. And if you hire them for that, if you want them for that, you can't then get annoyed with them when they do that. Because if they're not doing that in peacetime as a regular occurrence, the odds are they might not do it in wartime, when you really need them to do it. So, this is a scenario. But again, some of the officers we're talking about were absolutely... Another good example I use is Vian, who is really not the world's best lieutenant. When he is below, once he gets command of a ship, he's great. There's a reason the Navy actively assists him in avoiding a staff appointment. He is not a good fit for a staff role. He will go crazy and cause trouble. Normally you have a staff appointment. He avoids them. Keeps away from them. Manages to avoid it the whole way through his career. With a lot of aiding and abetting by various senior officers. But that's because he's considered good, but they know his weakness. And there'll be others who can do the staff role. You have to have a certain size and volume to do this. Sorry, Doctor. I've been learning never to assume people get the same movie references as I know. Yeah, Gallant Hours is a movie which I do know, but it's a case of, as said, look up the number of veterans who were involved in, I don't know, the Harry Potter series and the Lord of the Rings series and also Star Wars. And when I say veterans, I mean people who'd actually served. And you know, there is a classic quote, I think it was from Star Wars, where was it Star Wars or was it no one, where they were, where the actor I think it was Sir Christopher Lee, explained how people sound when they die to the director to make it more realistic. And you just imagine the poor director's face going, "Of course! You have actually... I am never going to critique your acting again. From now on, everything you do in this movie is perfect. However you want to do it is how it be done. No one told me he was this lethal. Please? I need a witness in the room. I need 2 witnesses in the room whenever he's alone with me. We're not being alone again. Ever." Lord of the Rings, yeah. I thought it was Lord of the Rings. Peter Jackson. Yeah. Dave Harrison. Good fighting officers and men are frequently admin cases in barracks in peacetime. Mm-hmm. Oh, John, imagine someone being sad. I don't have to imagine, dear boy. Yeah, I think it was Lord of the Rings. Okay. I'm trying to remember which movie it was, but it was a case of... It's that sort of scenario, so you always have to be careful when you're talking about some actors from a certain period of history. Some of them get involved in all sorts of interesting parts of history. Oh, yeah. So we're all fairly certain that after that particular discussion, Peter Jackson was wearing a stab-through vest for the rest of the filming of Lord of the Rings. Ay, caramba. And the USN task force involved, well, this is the brilliant thing. There's actually 2 task forces involved. Now, the Munda Force, they don't get involved in this battle. They are off doing something else, basically. They're off doing their own bombardment. But they are made up of Fletcher, O'Bannon, Nicholas, and Radford. So, anyone want to try and guess what class of destroyers are involved in this duty? The cruisers involved, the Mike Force, are Montpelier, Cleveland, and Denver. And these are, again, good ships. These are good crews. These are experienced ships by this point. They really are. And that's another thing in wartime. One of the advantages that volume gives you is it gives you a chance to build up strength. One of the things that the Japanese find they are losing far quickly is, for them, starting off with less, everything they lose is a far bigger loss, proportionally. And a loss in experience. And... sorry, I'm just laughing at the chat a bit. And all these ships for the U.S. Navy, this is part of the reason why I'm saying this is almost factoryized, production line version of warfare going on, where you put in X and Y comes out. Well, these forces have done these similar operations. When we go back through the various missions which have been going on prior to this, you find similar ships turning up time and time again, taking part in these operations. The O'Bannon took part in the operation on the 23rd, between 23rd and 24th of January. That was with the Nashville at that point. The Radford, and also, well, and Frio and some other ships took part in an operation are also on 23rd, 24th January. Okay, there are all sorts of little different operations constantly going on. Constantly maneuvering into position. Constantly taking place. And that's something which the Japanese are having to deal with increasingly as time goes on. Because as the Americans get more experience and carry out more of these operations, as they're doing more of these operations, in turn, they get more experience in doing these operations, and that makes them, again, gives them a firm foundation for carrying out even more operations. Miles Wrench, wasn't Christopher Lee supposed to have been involved in? Christopher Lee had all sorts of interesting experience. I will quickly check which is the publicly declared one. He'd actually volunteered. Christopher Lee's first experience in war comes with the Finnish army in helping to fight against the Soviet Union during the Winter War. He then returned to the UK, joined, I think it was the Royal Air Force at one point, and then took part in other scenarios. He was attached to various units throughout World War II. He was attached to the Gurkhas at one point. He was... he was attached to various organisations in Italy. And his stepfather had served in the intelligence corps, and he was known to them. So, yes, he had an interesting career, Christopher Lee did, in the armed forces. Peter Smith, who is the most underrated commander no one has heard of? Well, you see, the thing is, I'm not really sure I can say that, because on my channel I've covered quite a few of the ones who I feel are underrated, and given them at least a discussion of some of their battles in the video. I'd say Merrill doesn't get enough attention for his involvement in the US Navy in World War II. I'd say he's overshadowed by Burke and a few others, and Merrill really deserves far more attention than he gets. I would say... for the UK, Vian doesn't get enough attention, and he goes around doing quite a lot of operations. But again, he gets a lot of attention on this channel because it's one of the things I do. I like to shine a light on these people. I would say he's got more attention recently because some people have gone hunting for figures like him. Carlton DeWitt used to get ignored in historical terms, and he was really quite an interesting figure from British military history. Most of the American generals do a lot better at getting stuff. I would say Bradley is still a pretty misunderstood figure, in that there's a big difference between the two sets of groups of opinions on him. And I don't think either is actually correct. And I think, therefore, he's still pretty misunderstood. But that's a long and complicated discussion. Any Canadian commanders? Oh, there are a couple of those one around. There's one. I think he'd be referred to as what was referred to as a tourist among US troops in Vietnam. Some of those would. Let me put it this way. There are tourists and there are tourists, which is why I eschew using that phraseology. Because sometimes it's used in a very negative connotation. When some of the US Force are describing it, it's usually referring to CIA agents who weren't really getting involved, or got involved, just causing trouble and coming with bright ideas. And there are tourists who are specialists who come around. And the thing is, the British have different phraseologies, and neither of which are things I want to say for my little cousins to hear. So, yeah. So, the USN forces are, as always, Cleveland's and Fletcher's. This is the forces they have for these operations, and they are good for these operations. They really are. That's Montpelier and that's Conway. They are good ships for carrying out these operations. Are they necessarily the best ships for it? You could probably think, well, we could have something with a bit more firepower, a bit more this, a bit more that. But actually, the Clevelands and Fletchers do a good job. Take care, Bamo. And the thing is, they are fast. This is the important point about them. If you want to go into combat, if you want to dive in and cause trouble to an opponent, and that is basically what they wish to do, they wish to cause trouble to their opponents, you want something to get in and out of the area fast. Cleveland-class can do 32.5 knots, or 8,640 nautical miles at 15 knots. This is useful. The Fletcher class, and I'm having to pull up my notes here because I keep being distracted talking about various actors and their military histories. The Fletcher class can do 36.5 knots, or 5,500 nautical miles at 15 knots. And that's important. Because if you can do a high-speed run in and out, if you can get in relatively quickly and relatively painlessly at that speed, maintain that speed, you can get in and out before the enemy can do much about you. And that's their criteria. That's their role. If they get in and hit their targets, take them out, do the damage they want to do, and get out before they can hit them, it's an attrition operation. It's expending things but not people. The major threat they have to face, and earlier other attacks had actually faced this, was air attacks. Now, rarely was it that the Japanese actually managed to get ships in the way. 5th of January, there had been a Japanese dive-bombing attack on a force which involved Honolulu, Achilles, Columbia, Louisville, Lamson, Drayton, and Nicholas, as well as Nashville, St. Louis, Helena, Fletcher, and O'Bannon. I.e. a nice set of destroyers and cruisers. There had been an air attack. That had been the major thing their force they'd faced. You know, the Achilles took damage at this point, but didn't lose position. Columbia actually actually had even more fun. And these forces had run in, but they still carried on the strike, and it's the same here. The Americans have developed a fast raiding force. It's almost as if the Americans, when looking at World War II and planning for it, had realized that the Japanese strongest position was to try and attrit American forces as they were trying to advance into areas the Japanese had secured. The Japanese were looking at an ambush strategy. The Americans worked out the way to damage an ambush strategy is to not let it ambush you, to turn the ambush on itself. Because to set up a proper ambush strategy over as vast areas as the Western Pacific, to be able to dominate it, you need to be pretty spread out. If you can attack those forces which are spread out and therefore prevent the Japanese being able to concentrate to ambush you, instead ambushing those disparate garrisons, you can wear down your opponent's strength. You can sap their strength. And when your opponent has limited logistics, that makes your life even better. Twenty trucks today. Is that the same VN who boarded the Altmark? Yes. Although officially wasn't supposed to board the didn't board the Altmark until it was already secured. Officially stayed on the bridge of the Cossack. That's good. I wasn't suggesting negative context, I should add. I would just yes, but the reason I eschewed the phraseology is because the Americans, as I explained, and I didn't think you were, but I wanted to explain, it can go both ways. And in terms of the Americans, whereas the British have different phraseology. One which is for people who are useful, who turn up, and one is for people who are problematic when they turn up. Take care, Dave Harrison. So, in a way, you have both forces are designing around an ambush strategy. But the Americans are designing theirs around attriting the ambush strategy, and the Japanese are designing theirs around attriting an enemy who has to be stupid. Because when you start looking, and I've done a lot of discussions over the Japanese battle strategies and the Japanese strategic strategies, and people tend to focus on the Kantai Kessen, the decisive battle doctrine, and that is really just the end part of a whole wider doctrine. And I've done videos on this channel, so I don't mind saying, go look at them. I'm not going to discuss it here. I haven't got the slides for it here. The Americans have looked at it from a point of view of, right then, so we're not going to be stupid. We know that for any plan to work where you can win against us, we have to charge in, accepting loss and loss of losses, until we're about the same size as you, and then you come beat us. That's your plan. You have to attrit us down to when we are close to nearly as equal to you, and also at the end of our logistics line. If we just refuse to do that, if we slowly approach, smashing all the other little sort of things up on our way, clearing them, and eventually reach you, we'll be solid, we'll be supported, and we'll be massive when we hit you. And we'll win. Well, how do you do that then? Well, you have to clear out those little forces. And this is where a lot of the American strategy around how they're going to use their carriers, how they are going to use their cruisers, their destroyer forces, actually comes from. Maybe Vian was the one holding the sword of the Elmark instant. Vian, we let's put it this way. Vian is very much a gentleman who is likely to be in action using pistols. He is one of the few naval officers who, it seems, took pistol drill very, very, very seriously. So as I said, my strong suspicion over that is that's one of the cruiser officers. My strong suspicion over that is it's one of the cruiser officers. Me and Drac have had this discussion a few times, and he says to go, well, there's lots of options for what people could be mistaking is a sword, which is actually not a sword. Yes, and then I go, and then you've got the fact that there are reservist personnel from HMS President who have been put aboard a cruiser which isn't going out because of sickness. So instead they, officially sickness, and instead they've broken up large numbers of their crew, which apparently are healthy, and put them aboard destroyers as boarding crews. And those are reservists who are reservist cruiser personnel. They come from a unit which is still, if you go to HMS President today, still very obsessed with swords. They are very much into sword drill. You will still find sword ceremonial drills, and other forms of sword drill taking place at HMS President. Don't think that's speaking out of turn to mention that. So, to me, it's unsurprising that an officer in the 1939-1940 period from HMS President, who has been activated aboard a cruiser, involved in a boarding action, might be taking place from a destroyer, might not, doesn't matter, would have brought it along their sword. It just doesn't surprise me. In Black Mass, no, Vian is more the type to have 2 pistols. So, these ships are fast. These ships are about raiding. These ships are about these sort of operations. And that's what they're going in for. Now, the force which is taking part in battle is the 4th Squadron. And this sort of interested me again, because if you go and look at the various strengths you can get for the 2nd Fleet, and they are not a continuous thing, you can get the strength for the 2nd Fleet at the time Pearl Harbor. You can. You sort of go down that list, and you will find that Murasme is in the 4th Destroyer Squadron at that time. And so is Minigumo. However, they are in divisions together. One is in the 2nd Destroyer Division, Murasme, and the Minigumo is in the 9th Destroyer Division. So they're in different divisions. So if we look at the pre-war doctrine and planning of the Japanese Navy, you wouldn't expect them to necessarily be working together. But during the war, they've now had to go, right then, what's available? And they're now doing that, which leads to very real problems for the Japanese, because a lot of their night tactics, a lot of their operations and doctrine had been based around officers working together who knew each other, who understood each other, who'd worked together extensively. And whole crews had worked together extensively. That's not happening at this point. A lot of the Japanese pre-war assumptions for how the war will be fought have broken down. And honestly, when you read into some of the Japanese doctrine around those pre-war assumptions, they realize that there's quite a few of them who realize that's wishful thinking. Because the only way they actually stand a chance in war is if those assumptions come true. Because if those assumptions don't come true, if the Americans don't come barreling like idiots, if Pearl Harbor, and this is the point I make about Pearl Harbor actually succeeds too much for the Japanese. They need to wound a bear, but not as that much as they do. The Japanese either needed to wipe out the American Pacific Fleet and then proceed to gobble up the entire Pacific, including Hawaii, in one blow, and very quickly, or they needed to just singe the American beard. Pearl Harbor does too much damage. It does too much damage. But not enough damage. It doesn't singe the American beard so they come out stupidly in charge. Not that the Americans were ever going to come out stupidly in charge. There are literally no senior officers in the US Navy who are that stupid enough that they would, if they were attacked in Pearl Harbor, would immediately charge out with their battleships and charge across the entire Pacific to try and fight the Japanese battle line off the coast of Japan. They don't have the oilers for that, as the Star does, but they just wouldn't do that. Taking attrition as they go because they're so enraged at being attacked in Pearl Harbor. But that's the only Japanese chance. So that means the Japanese are now playing defensive and they don't have the ships for it. Why am I saying this? Because think about this. They're doing a logistics run. And this is what's going on with these two ships. They're doing a logistics run. They are quite literally doing a logistics run. They are taking supplies to the Japanese base. They are taking supplies there because there is nothing else to take supplies there. Later in the war, the British will come across lone landing craft trying to take supplies between bases. The Japanese don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the ships. And yes, there is a good thing in having a destroyer having destroyers doing this for us, but it would be far better to have a fast supply ship and the destroyers escorting them. Even better will be to have a supply position put in that those ships can get to that doesn't involve them coming quite as far as they do. Because again, if we think about this, the Japanese are setting up on Komonga Island. That's where they set up. And that's a lovely island. It really is. But they're having to come to the engaged side of that island to resupply those air bases. It's the same lesson as Cyprus. Where was the major harbour? It's on the northern side of Cyprus. If there'd been a decent harbour on the southern side of Cyprus, there would have been a lot less losses amongst the Royal Navy and extracting the Allied troops from Cyprus, but also B, probably would have been a lot easier to resupply, and as an option that they might actually not have lost as much. But the other problem, of course, with Komonga, and this is why selecting it is a bit of an interesting decision, is Komonga is pretty much a giant volcano. If you look it up, and look it up as a sort of terraform, it is very much a volcano, a very traditional volcano shape. And so you don't have a choice. It's a wonderful position to defend, prospectively, but a terrible position to resupply, unless you want to build a railway through the middle of a volcano, which is not really an option. Crete. Sorry, I said Cyprus, not Crete. Crete. Sorry. Apologies. That's good. Only 2, not 6 like I would teach. No, because I'm fairly certain that Theon's guns were not single shot like Teach's. Teach had 6 single shot pistols. Bang, 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 and he's run out. Whereas I think Theon could probably outshoot him because he had more bullets than Teach did in his 2 guns. And again, people seem to be quite liking the bows, so I'm going to expand it so you can have a nice look at the bows. They are cool bows. They are really cool bows. And again, sorry about getting Cyprus and Crete mixed up there for a second. So, let's consider the battle, shall we? Let's consider the battle itself. And luckily, in this terminology, again, I have a great write-up for the battle. It's one of those scenarios where you have an absolutely brilliant write-up available, courtesy of the US Navy. And it is courtesy of the US Navy. That is the point. It is courtesy of the US Navy. It's also interesting to realise that they hadn't done a raid in February. They'd done a couple in January. And then they hold off in February. They're doing other things. Until pulling a new pistol screen. Yes, but the thing is, you'll have pulled out your 6 shots. He's got probably 10 rounds per pistol, so he's got 20 shots. 22 if he's got ones chambered. Hang on, no, it's the Brown. Would it be Browning 9mm in that period? It would be, wouldn't it? Yeah. No, they have got. They have 10 rounds. Yeah, 10 rounds. 9 rounds. Yeah, so those 20 rounds each. And honestly, that's probably going to be enough for him. And then if he needs to reload a magazine, he needs to reload a magazine. But by that point, he has had 14 more bullets to shoot his opponent than Teach has, and it takes a lot less time to reload a magazine than it does to put new powder and ball in a pistol. No, Scott, I meant saving 6 modern pistols, not flintlocks. Well, no, you mentioned Teach. You used Teach as your example. So in the nicest way, the moment you use Teach, you have to go with the historical pistols. You can't go Teach but modern, because the whole reason Teach would quite happily go with 2 if he had enough ammunition. Why would he want to carry 6 if that's a waste of weight and very inefficient? And he is, don't get upset when I turn you a historical example on you. Oh. So, now, the point is, the battle, as has been said, was the most serious threat to the expansion plans for the Americans. Solomon's area came from the staging bases at Munda and Sevilla Sandomor, which, as I've been over, Villa Stanmore is not that good. Honestly, I can understand why, from a defensive position, they decide Bangara is a great place to be. It is a volcano. It is a massive rocky precipice that that is going to be very, very difficult for any force to take, because you cannot sweep across it. You have to take all the way around it. And that's going to open up you to fire from multiple angles every time you try and maneuver around it. But it's still not a place I would pick. I'm sorry. I can rig things to be like that without picking something which is quite as difficult to deal with as a volcano. Now, for both these bases, aviation facilities were reinforced. They had torpedo destroyers, torpedoes bringing out resupplies. They had a lot of built-in protection. And this is why Commander South Pacific, aka Halsey, decides that he's going to carry out another bombardment operation of both outposts at the same time, both Munda and Villa Stanmore. Villa Stanmore is what leads to the Battle of Blackett Strait. Active or dormant volcano? That's an interesting question. I would say anything on a Pacific Ring of Fire I would take with a pinch of salt as to whether or not it's an active or inactive volcano. A hefty dose of pinch of salt. There is no discussion, really. Just quickly trying to look. The island is a stratovolcano. But they don't say whether it's active or not. But it is on the Pacific Ring of Fire, so if anyone really wants to presume anything on that particular tectonic scenario is inactive, yeah, I go for lightning snoozing dormant volcano. We'll go for dormant, yeah. It's dormant at the moment, as long as we hope it stays that way. Hello, Jack Ray. Okay. Yeah, Gulumbangara is the level of volcano which is, well, you haven't gone off in a while. That's not necessarily a good thing. Now, with this desire of Halsey that he attacked both outposts at once. He knows he needs to have a good officer in charge. And he also decides that they need to deploy a larger force with more firepower than in the earlier shellings. Although, to be honest, the ones which had run into the air defense, the air attack, had been a pretty hefty force as well. He calls for Merrill to create a task force for the operations. There was going to be two of them. Task Force Mike and Task Force Munda. And please note, I'm going to be shamelessly admit this. I pretty much copied this, word for word, out of the report I linked to below. Because all the data for that stuff was in there. So, you know. And I feel like this is kind of a fairly good reference I gave you all of where I've got. If in doubt, if I'm quoting facts and stats from the operation, it's coming from this. If in doubt. The Office of Naval Intelligence bombardments of Munda and Villa Stanmore, link down below. The enemy gets a vote, and so does the geology. The geology always has a very big vote. Brian Newman, Rabaul had a volcanic eruption in 1937 and again in 1994. Yeah, that again, making that the anchor for my defense positions. But there again, you don't have much choice in that area. Pretty much everywhere you go is going to have some volcanic activity. To a lesser or greater extent. The force, as you saw earlier, but I will list out again. Montpelier, Cleveland, Denver, 3 cruisers. 3 destroyers, Conway, Waller and Coney. That's Villa Group. The Munda Group is made up of Fletcher, O'Bannon, Nicholas and Radford. These are the benefits of American construction. American volume construction. Thank you, Jack Ray. 5 memberships, thank you. Askia, hope you enjoyed the membership. Stafford, enjoyed the membership. The Brook, thank you. Byron Newman, Chris J, thank you. Thanks, Jack Ray. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. They rendezvous together at sea. They've been off for doing other operations, but they rendezvous together at sea. Fuel in some sort of safe-ish waters on a further march, and then proceed to Espiritu Santo. Once they get there, they refresh, repair, organize, check things again, and then head for the Russell Islands. And once they arrive there, they are heading into position. The bombardment was scheduled for 01:30 hours on the 6th of March. That's where they're heading for. Now, at the same point as they're doing this, the Japanese destroyers have taken supplies to the base at Villa. And they are now deciding to go they managed to reach Villa. And they decided to return to the Short Islands via the route through the Kula Gulf. So they are landing their cargo. That's what happens. The Japanese, while the Americans are doing what they're doing, the Japanese are landing their cargo. And so there's an interesting distinction here, because at certain points the Americans think that the Japanese have been sent out to engage them. And they haven't. The Japanese are just there on a routine supply run. Which is something important to realise, because if the Japanese had been sending out ships to intercept them, rather than aircraft, they've been sending out ships to intercept them, they'd have probably sent out more. Again, remember who's in charge of the Second Fleet. You know, I've mentioned Kondo and Kazutaka. Shirashi, Kazutaka Shirashi, and Nobutake Kondo. Why did I just call Shirashi by his first name? Brain engage. Anyway, these officers are not the type who are going to be sending off a couple of destroyers to fight this kind of force. Thank you, Richard Cross. Take care. And with that being the case, we should read some of the information that comes through, from the American side especially, in translation of this, as interesting. Now, Commander Air South Pacific at this time was away in Nomeo, but sent a delegation from his staff. It's kind of an interesting thing that some people actually, and this is written in the American document, I would like to point this out. Commander Air South Pacific, unfortunately, was at this time in Nomeo, but a large delegation from his staff, as well as the commanding officers of all time, all ships and task force, came aboard Montpellier immediately for the conference to discuss the operation. Why is the commander Air Forces South Pacific supposed to come aboard the ship for part of this for discussing of an individual operation himself? The whole point of having a staff is he doesn't need to be. This is not a large operation. This is a fairly routine operation. Yes, it's nice to be involved. And yes, it's nice to have him there, but he's got other duties on his thing. I don't understand why it mentions an entire discussion of he wasn't, and unfortunately he was at this time in Numeo, so wasn't available. Why does that even come up? And that's in the official US Navy document. It's almost like someone's making a dig at him going, yeah, well, they should have been there. Why? The whole point of having a staff is so that an admiral doesn't have to be everywhere at the whole time. It's realistic. They can only be in one place at one time. And sometimes they're going to be having to be places which are going to be more important. And sometimes those places might not look more important to begin with, but they're going to. They looked more, or afterwards in hindsight, but at the time they look more important. The air delegation brought with them the photographs of the bombardment area, Mundo Velostamo, and with grid overlays and mosaics to show target locations and to provide for the best accuracy. And that's important when it comes to the fire control. Because remember, the important part of the Americans of this mission, they're not going there to fight 2 Japanese destroyers. They're going there to bombard an airfield. That's their purpose. They also decided to work with the Black Cats to consult and arrange for transportation of ship spotters and biplane to the locations of the bombardments. Right, so they can get there and provide the required information resource. All navigation was to be done by radar. The aim was to maintain continuous fire after the first ranging salvos. This would allow them to put down the maximum number of shells on the base and hopefully cause the maximum amount of damage. It's not precision, it's the naval equivalent of saturation or area bombing. And it was decided that the ships would have to operate in column formation for the actual bombardment so as to avoid mutual illumination of our units, i.e. Making it easier for the enemy to counter-battery you by illuminating each other with your own fire. So if, let's say, ships are higgledy-piggledy, let's say this one's in front of this one fires, it will illuminate this ship's position because of the light which will appear behind this one from a certain angle, which will make counter-battery fire far easier. Whereas if they're on the same level and this one fires, it doesn't illuminate this one. So that's the point. That's why you go into the line formation when you're doing bombardment. See, the Americans, staying in line formation is not always bad. Not zigzagging, that is bad. But, you know, the Americans aren't as keen on zigzagging as the British. The British don't think in straight lines. They only think in terms of zigzag. I swear, Royal Navy officers in World War II couldn't walk in a straight line. They zigzag so much. Give me a second. you. Now, they decided that they would deviate from previous patterns because they didn't want the enemy to think them too predictable. And so, because of the reported presence of enemy shipping in the target areas, they decided that the cruisers had to be ready to illuminate the Common Gulf with star shells before reaching the firing line. This was in order to prevent the escape or attack by any enemy units in the vicinity. It's interesting to note that this won't actually really happen. And that the waters off Munda were far less confined as in the Gulf. It was believed that the combined pattern could be best preserved by simultaneous and concentrated firing of the destroyers of Munda detachment at Munda. This would result in less precise, effective spotting by the Black Cats, who are supposed to be telling the Navy where to fire, but it would work. Now, they filled all they filled up their allowance of ammunition from the Pyro, a supply ship, on the 4th, and then departed to their destination. The passage is without incident. It's 840 miles northwest of where they're starting from. Peter O'Connell. No, you haven't missed anything. We are just talking through the battle scenario. Now, at this point, the Americans run into their first real issues. Because they had been hoping for there to be cloud and all sorts of issues, but actually they ended up increasing speed to 26 knots to maintain the schedule, to try and maintain the schedule and in the face of strong headwinds. But those same headwinds meant that the afternoon and evening of the 5th were clear and cool rather than warm and muggy. They steamed up the Lengo Channel and Soa Sound. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, which did both mean they'd spot aircraft more like if they were looking for them, but they were also more easily spotted. And remember, a ship can be seen from a lot further away than an aircraft can be, because a ship leaves a wake in the sea. Now, again, you have to know, you have to be looking and you have to spot it, and it's not an infinite resource, but it is slightly easier to spot a ship from above on the sea than it is to spot an aircraft that's hiding up in the sun. Or rather, an aircraft can be a very small dot at a very long range. A ship is a slightly bigger dot. Still a dot, though. Yeah, it is a shame thing that the ship is slightly bigger than an aircraft. It's just cruelty on ships. But I can't labour that point too much, otherwise. And I kid you not, someone actually managed to do a comment which was blocked by YouTube because it had swear words in that said I was being sizist towards ships and calling them fat, basically. And I was sitting there going, I was talking about American standard battleships. I don't think anyone would call them slinky belinkies. I just don't think that's the case, but apparently this. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how that happened or why they did that, but they did. That was actually not that long ago that the comment came through, which is why I remember it. Just, yeah. Apparently I'm hurting ship's feelings now by calling them fat. If it was HMS Warspite or USS Texas, yeah, those ships have enough of a character that they probably do have feelings. But honestly, I wouldn't probably describe each of those in that phraseology, because knowing Texas or Warspite from the grave, or in her new incarnation as a ballistic missile carrying nuclear submarine, or Texas as her existing condition as a battleship, would find a way to do damage to me. Now, with that advantage and the level of visibility, it was also it was actually only one unidentified plane that they spot on the radar screen in the entire period. It was reported at 28 miles to westward, and this was unusual, but here is where Merrill makes his first decision. Because the rule is, as a rule at this point, if you're in waters north of 15 degrees south latitude, if you're detected, you are supposed to act as if you're detected and start making decisions on whether to carry on the operation. At this point, Merrill says he doesn't think his command's been observed yet, so he carries on. Darkness fell at 18:45 hours local time, and this was as the vessels were approaching the 0.7 miles north of Dason Island in the Russell Group. Now, at this point, all the ships went to general quarters. At 2000 hours, the Munda detachment leaves the formation, so leaves Task Force Mike. They don't make a signal about it. There is no signal. There is no flashing of messages. There is nothing. At 2000 hours, they know what they're going to do. Captain Briscoe diverts his force off in his route, and his ships follow him. Now, as the destroyers going to Munda charged off, the destroyers and cruisers of Fort Mike going to Villa Stanmore continued on their course, and they were planning to run as close as safe navigation would permit to the north shore of New Georgia Island, and then turn to Kula Gulf and join the firing line. Basically, it was done to be as simple and as effective as possible, so you don't have to send signals. The more complicated you make maneuvers, the more signals and more communication you have to do between a force. The Brook. Battleship Texas just had her torpedo abilities rebuilt. Is that the nautical equivalent of silicon implants? Well, yeah, but that's more glutamus maximus implants than I'd think for a ship. So make it out what you will, okay? Make it out what you will. Multi-range satellite photos showed the interior of the volcano crater is heavily forested, apparently to the same degree as the rest of Island, so the volcano has not been seriously active in a long time. Yeah, but that's not necessarily a good thing, is it, Multi-range, about volcanoes? Sometimes when they're dormant, the longer they're dormant, the more a problem builds up when it decides to come about. Oh, she's a ship, so... Sorry, I'm British. Ships are female, because they carry life. That's where it comes from in British terminology. They carry life, so that's what a ship is. You know, that's where it comes from. So yeah, I'm not getting distracted by that one. That distracted me. Sorry. already. Okay. At some point, I'm gonna, when I'm doing these presentations, I'm gonna have to start turning off the chat. Just turn it off for a bit. Oh. Now, at this point, the cruisers were all in a column. The destroyers were screening 6,000 yards ahead. And they were doing absolutely no communication. Even TBS had been restricted prior to the time. That's why they'd had such a rigid plan. Now, at 21:15 hours, you get this first starting report that there are Japanese light cruisers or large destroyers were in the area. But here's the interesting communication, because the Black Cat radios Guadalcanal with this information, and the Guadalcanal radios the task force. And it tells them it had sighted 2 enemy cruisers heading east by southeast, or east by south, at 30 knots in latitude 0735 and longitude 156.50, i.e. 7 degrees 35 seconds south and 156 degrees 156 degrees 50 seconds east. At this point, the Task Force High Command decided that it was probable that the Japanese had located at least part of the American forces and were racing to intercept them. Now, don't take this the wrong way, but we all know that the Japanese were actually returning from a supply run. The Americans know that the Japanese have been running supply runs. So at this point, they are presuming that they are coming to attack them. But there's actually a good legitimate reason for this. If the Japanese are carrying out a supply run, and the Americans presume they're going to attack them, then the Americans are still safe. But if the Americans presume the Japanese are going to be doing a supply run, and therefore ignore them, and act like and pretend they're not going to attack them, then the Americans will be running a risk. So the Americans are not necessarily being egocentric in presuming they're going to attack them. Although I would say, in the post-war write-ups of the report, there is far too much emphasis on the idea the Japanese were going to attack them than there is really evidence they were. Because the Japanese, A, didn't know they were there, and B, if they had known they were been there and were sending an attack group, it would have been a lot more than 2 destroyers. Can't remember. I forgot ships were female. I forgot a female term for ships was Viking origin. There are many discussions about that, because you have to remember, for Russians, the ships are male, and they also trace their version of ship phraseology from the Vikings. And then we have the Germans and their views over ships' gender or descriptions. So, yeah, things are interesting when it comes to that sort of this area of discussion. Miles of range, but less currently than one that's currently erupting. As a rule, if they're in the process of erupting, they are letting pressure off. Now, yeah, it can still go boom in a big way, but let's be honest. If its pressures managing to find a way to reduce its pressure, it's less likely to go big boom than something which has the pressure capped. Now, the course and position transmitted by the Black Cat indicated that destination 2 vessels would be the Blackett Strait. Now, they decided their speed would put them in a strait about 22-30 hours. As the Villa Stanmos group was scheduled for a course change to port into the Clarke Gulf at 0017 hours on the 6th, and distance from the north of the Gulf to the eastern entrance of the strait was 20 miles, it seemed to Merrill to be useless to change his plans and increase speed, especially at the risk of having necessary communications giving warning of the approach. On the other hand, the enemy's destination and intentions were not that clear. He felt there was no reason for sending 2 cruiser destroyers to intercept a far larger force. And even if there were the 2 heavy cruisers which have been reported to be in the area, and he thought that unlikely. He thought it unlikely the Japanese had 2 heavy cruisers out there. It was, though, possible that he felt, though, that they might be proceeding to the eastern end of Blackett Strait and using that area to obscure themselves from radar detection with the shoreline, wait the opening of the bombardment, and then when the ships are silhouetting themselves with their own gunfire, attack with long-range torpedoes or gunfire attack, something like that. At this point, therefore, Merrill carries on his original scheme, but makes 2 small alterations. He ordered an increase in revolutions that would enable his ships to arrive at the firing line about 5 minutes before they were supposed to. The aim for this was to make sure the Munder attachment did not open fire first and alert the enemy vessels that there are other forces around. And the second was he had a message drafted that would be sent round the Villa Stanmar group, i.e. Task Force Mike, when it was into the Gulf, warning of the presence of the enemy and giving notice that when the Montpellier fired a star shells to illuminate the strait, the other vessels should take under fire any hostile units which were revealed by that point. If none are sighted, proceed as planned. Peter Connell, the IGN often partly strip their fast resupply destroyers or torpedo launchers and or gun mounts to increase their cargo capacity. Was that the case here? I honestly, with these ships, were not quite sure. And that's me being honest, because there are various accounts which I could argue either way and point to accounts which say they were, and others which say they weren't. Can point to both. My view is that whilst they were carrying supplies, I wouldn't be surprised if they were lightly armed, but I would be surprised if they'd necessarily lost all their weaponry. I don't think they'd have had that, if that makes sense. What ships did the Japanese have in revolt? Not enough. Helmet of it. Now, as the forces get closer and closer together, at 0010 hours, about 6 minutes ahead of the operational plan, Montpellier was being followed by Cleveland and Denver, changed courses to 240 degrees, swinging into the Killer Gulf, and reduced speed from 25 to 20 knots. At this point, Waller maintained a position 6,000 yards ahead. Detached from the formation, but she's doing an advanced sort of sweep of the Gulf to try and spot any threats. The Conway took station 2,000 yards ahead of the flagship, and that duty was again to try and protect in case of any enemy airships attacking the cruisers. The destroyers are there to protect the cruisers. That's their duty in this mission. The Coney drops back to the port quarter of the cruisers to protect against any motor torpedo boats from the coves, etc., on the eastern shore of the Gulf. It's considered a very dark, almost moonless night. Navigation was entirely by radar. Now, not too much later, sadly, especially for the Japanese involved, not too much later at this point, they detect them. At roughly 00:57 hours, so almost 3 minutes to 1, they detect something. They're not sure what it is. They're looking for a point which they're navigating by, the Samboski Island, which is supposed to be 14,300 yards away from them when they're maneuvering. But instead, on that bearing, there was something about 9,000 yards away, about 9,000 yards short of that. Radar plot was informed, and about 00:54 hours, they decided the pit is an enemy vessel. When the pit divided, they sighted 2 ships. Pretty much all the other ships make contact at roughly the same time. They had spotted the 2 ships, they'd worked out where they were, and they knew exactly where they were at this point. At 0100 hours, the flagship decides to break silence, make a contact report over TBS, and orders a task group to stand by for commencing firing. At 0101 hours, Montpellier opens fire, her main battery. At this point, Cleveland and Denver open up. All 3 cruisers, because they haven't had any prearranged discussions over this, decide to concentrate their fire on the second ship in column. It's probably the more accurately and easily seen on their radar screens, but who knows, there are other options. This is, of course, the Marasme. And she was hit by roughly 6 salvos of American gunfire from the cruisers, and then about 5 torpedoes from the Waller. At about 01:15 hours, one of these torpedoes, which hit the Marasme, caused her to catch fire and sink. The explosion of the hit and the damage done to her was heard by, Briscoe's force around Munda, the other destroyers involved in their operation. That's the first point those other destroyers realise there's a fight going on. This point, after that, and after they've really identified the ships as large destroyers, they then decide to focus in on the remaining destroyer. This is not good for her. It's really not good for her. After a few minutes, she's basically sinking, and the Japanese crew, the IJ and the sailors, abandon the ship, and she ceases firing at 01:14 hours. At this point, the US Navy vessels turn to starboard, and about 10 minutes later, at 01:24 hours, they commence their bombardment. Not too late, They commence their bombardment pretty much on time. To an extent, the bombardment actually begun while the battle was going on. Because the Denver had, in her habit, had actually was spotting a shore battery firing on a formation from the ceremony point, and decided that as the 5-inch battery was disengaged at that time, the 5-inch battery on the that side could engage on the landed flashes, and so they did. The fire control officer on the Denver is a very, very methodical soul, and believes that if he has guns which are free and capable of firing, he will fire them at anything that gets in his way. Weather was dark but clear. Take care, Moss Ranch. Now, during the engagement, the ships had actually increased their speed. At this point, they have to sort of start reorganizing them. The Denver had dropped to 4,000 yards astern of the flagship when they'd actually been quite close together. The convoy was 2,000 yards and more than 3,000 yards off Montpellier's starboard bow. And destroyers were already on the bombardment line by this point because of the way the battle had turned out. Now, they were already ahead their schedule roughly 6 minutes when they got there, and combined with the speed up during the battle, it meant that they actually came on the firing course at 01:23 hours, as I said, 01:24 hours, about 7 minutes ahead of the plan. It depends on who you're going by, which timing. They've had roughly a, let's be honest, if you consider the time of actual engagement, it was 00:53 to 01:14. So the actual battle was at most 21 minutes. You could argue, considering the actual fighting was from 01:01 to 01:14, it was 13 minutes, but it was 21 minutes of action roughly. That was a fairly interesting hectic sector, but now they're on to the important thing. Montpellier turns back on the firing line. Her secondary battery starts firing star shells over the Blackett Strait. She'll fire over 30 of them. And this is what allowed Merrill to go, yeah, there is no enemy shipping in the area. It's empty now. At this point, she fires 2 ranging salvos with her main battery. The Black Cat reports the first hits directly on target. And then within a minute, Montpellier shifts to continuous fire. So they start firing really at 01:26, 27. And all of the cruisers start in on this. And then things like the coastal battery at Villa River starts to try and fire back, and all sorts of fun things open up. Unfortunately for these coastal batteries, they end up with a deluge of 5-inch fire from cruisers and destroyers going, hello. It works. And pretty much the 3 cruisers worked their way heavily through the Japanese base areas. You know, Denver is taking out the south end of the runway, the bivouac areas along the coast, shore installations west of Villa River, various aircraft dispersal areas, and the Stanmore plantation. The Cleveland is taking over the southern sector and starts a nice fire with 1 salvo and nearly blows it out with the next. She's just having a whale of a time with basically just sending off all the explosive firepower she can get off her. And Montpellier is, well, blasting at everything left, right, and centre. The Japanese firing from their shore positions was giving off a nice orange light, which was very easy to distinguish from the fire and explosions of the American shells, which meant it further highlighted their positions and made them easier to engage by the ships. And also made it easier for the Black Cat observers to pick them out and give their reference points to the ships. The bombardment was pointed out from the air to be highly devastating. Hits were scored on emplacements thought to be shelter tents, barracks, grounded planes, and other objectives. It was just a constant deluge of fire, as only cruisers at a time could really bring about. Let's be honest, a cruiser of this period, especially a Cleveland class or a Town class, any of these sort of cruisers, could really bring a lot of firepower to bear on their targets. And we're talking about volume of firepower. Montpellier, as built, has 12 6-inch guns and 12 5-inch guns. 4 triple for the 6-inch and 6 dual for the 5-inch. That is a lot of firepower. That is a lot of firepower, especially in terms of volume of fire, and that's what's currently... 3 of those ships are currently laying that all down on the Japanese bases. And there are 3 Fletcher-class destroyers with their 5-inch also backing that up. Hope you're having fun with that then, Tanef. Now, at 01:34 hours, while the Cleveland was still firing, Montpellier swung to the retirement course of 45 degrees and increased speed to 25 knots. 6 minutes later, so we're talking at 01:40 hours, just before Denver completes her firing, the Munda detachment opens fire themselves. They have kept to their schedule. And as soon as all the cruisers and destroyers of Mike had completed their bombardment and had reached their stations in the retirement column, speed was increased to 30 knots, and they were running out of there. The destroyers, which had been merrily lobbing shells at anything they thought looked particularly interesting or particularly worthy of shells, joined them, and yeah, they just carried on home. At this point, they do have a string of enemy flares falling to the right of the column. But Montpellier's captain thinks they are actually flares fired from shore batteries, not aircraft, as he has no aircraft on his radar screen, and there is no result from them. So it just shows them that the battery's still working, but they're not in the range. No one's actually firing them, so it didn't really help. Periconal question. The Japanese would salvo their torpedoes and await hits prior to revealing position by firing. Do you then learn to emulate that strategy by then? Not really. That's not really the USN's strategy at this point. That's Japanese night fighting doctrine. The American night fighting doctrine, as with the British night fighting doctrine, is slightly more gun heavy, and especially with radar guided gunnery, that tends to be their focus of their efforts. So you have to remember the Japanese have the Long Lance, which is a very long range torpedo. And the trouble about long range torpedoes is they do require your enemy being a bit stupid and positioning and carrying on in predictable fashion in order to aim them to hit the right point. So actually try not to reveal your position, especially in the pre-radar world, to give your torpedoes more of a chance to hit, makes sense. But if you're a gunnery based night fighter, you are going to try and close the distance as close as you can, and then open up with gunfire as late as you can. So basically, wait until the enemy's just about to turn their, just about crewing their guns and just about to start turning their guns to position to aim at you, and start blasting away. And that's to extent what the Americans do here. They're already down at 4,000 yards. That is not a good range to be at. Let's again consider those lovely 6-inch 47, those 6-inch 47 cal Mark 16 guns. For them, with an effective firing range of 20,000 yards, and that's at 22.3 degrees of elevation, with their 130-pound armor-piercing shell, 4,000 yards, we are not just talking about it being point-blank range, we're talking about it being absurdly point-blank range. They are pretty much instantly in knife-fighting range as far as these ships are concerned. So they are just getting closer and closer and closer. The battle summary, they're effective. They do the bombardment, and that's the important part of the mission. Getting the Japanese destroyers, that makes it into a battle, and that gives us all the interesting discussions and points to go. And basically, the fact that Waller manages to get a torpedo hit is just good for Waller. But honestly, that's all a bonus. The primary part of the mission, the primary purpose of the mission, had been the destruction of the Japanese airfield, and that's really achieved. They do a humongous amount of damage to the Japanese airfield, and that is what is sort of revealed in the results. The two bombardments, and this is what the Americans define them as, air research zone Mundo the following morning showed definitely that the runway, at least, was considerably banged up. Yet enemy airplanes were soon operating on the strip, despite repeated American aerial attacks beginning dawn on the 6th. Spot's report indicated that the three most important objectives of Villa Stanmore, the bivouac areas west of Villa Plantation, the dwelling areas at the villa, and the walls at Stanmore Plantation, received effective and punishing bombardment. The use of the base by enemy shipping, though, was diminished only slightly, if at all, during the succeeding weeks. And honestly, the Japanese hadn't been using it as much as the Americans had probably presumed they'd be using it. Therefore, the sinking of the two enemy destroyers becomes even more important. It basically, you've done a lot of damage, you've bombarded an area, but the thing is, the Japanese can rebuild. This is the point with the expending things, not people. If the Americans had turned up with this firepower, bombarded away, and then landed, I don't know, a commando force who then done some very, very nasty things, and made sure to make sure that any Japanese heavy construction equipment was destroyed before disappearing off again back to sea, so they couldn't do any rebuilding work, that would probably have been effective. But the thing is, if you are setting up a base like this, which is a forward operating base, what do? You set it up all very nicely, and then you take your equipment, like your heavy engineering equipment, your tractors, your diggers, any vehicles you're using for those sort of roles. And the Japanese don't have as many as the Americans, but they do have some things they're prepared to use. And you disappear them off into the jungle, away from the base. So when your base is hit, oh, frigate, that's annoying. Add in a very willing, hard-working workforce, and yeah. It's an operation with value, but it's an operation more with value as a way of what they're doing. And this is why we get into the consequence of battle. the more the Solomon Islands actually saps Japanese attention. If you consider what's going on in there, the more it keeps the Japanese, to an extent, pinned down. One of the reasons why the Japanese can't withdraw forces from China to reinforce the homeland, and one of the reasons why they aren't able to get the forces and gather their forces they want to do, is because they're having to expend logistics and personnel and ships and all their other supplies to try and defend these outer areas. That's a really interesting discussion I saw a few years ago, which put out the idea that if the moment the Japanese realised the Americans weren't going to be stupid, what they should have done is booby-trapped everything, absolutely put traps and minefields everywhere, and withdrawn as quickly as they could. Consolidated in as tight a circle as they could, and maximised their resources in that area, so they would be mutually supporting and able to defend those areas. The trouble is they can't afford to do that, because if they do that, then they cut themselves off from resources. And this goes back to the Japanese in the interwar period, because the points at which they could have invested in infrastructure, and when I say infrastructure, I mean the Japanese have very limited access to oil, and they have access to other forms of energy, which they could have readily got. They could have sorted out some things like hydro systems, etc. They needed to almost do a sort of... See, I'm going to get some brew. Oh, forget what's the phrase? Synthetic. They needed to do a lot of investment into synthetic fuels. They needed to work on making it from coal, because they had quite a lot of coal, actually. And they could have possibly done something with that to try and get them some fuel supplies. But even that would not have been enough. But the point is, the Japanese, they don't pick war because they think they're going to win. They pick war because they think it's the least worst option. Because they see the options. Because the Americans have managed so successfully with their diplomacy, etc., to back them into a corner, that the only options the Japanese see is a death with no is to die completely, to definitely die if they do nothing, or to fight and maybe they live. Once you're into that scenario, you will ignore a lot of the risks of your operations. And that's the problem. The Japanese go into war, it's already a bad scenario. And there is a great discussion about how many of their senior officers realise this. I don't think there's a single one who is a serious commander and a senior officer who doesn't realise this is the reality. They're not going to war because it's a good option. They're going to war because they consider it the least worst option. And that's a scary place to be. But then they're in a scenario where they're not getting resources. So they expanded to get resources, but actually covering that area in order to get resources makes them fundamentally too weak to be able to deal with the American counterattack. Because they don't have enough forces to cover all the area. And so they're in a constant catch-22. So the consequence of this battle, what does it mean? Well, it's the nicest way these places are being attacked. It shows that the Americans can operate with virtual impunity. Wherever they want to go, they can go. And if they bump into stuff, they can deal with it. But also, this is one of the growing number of battles which starts to suggest to a lot of serious officers in the Japanese High Command that the Americans now control the night. If we consider the Battle of Tassafaronga, if we consider some of the earlier campaigns have taken place, where the Americans were caught in a night of action and were absolutely dominated by the Japanese. I could use words which frankly I wouldn't use in front of my my little cousins here. Then, yeah. This is a big change for the Japanese, and this battle is part of the realization. Now, 9681, you said you think the US wants to genocide them. Not genocide as in kill their people. Genocide as in cultural genocide. The Japanese think the Americans are going to destroy their culture. And the trouble is for the Americans is they are constantly laboring under the presupposition in this period that the rest of the world sees them as they wish to be seen. And they keep forgetting how exactly they forced Japan to open up. They forget that. The Japanese don't. And in many ways, that's the original sin. And this is the one thing you've had with the American involvement in Japan post-World War II. They've had to do a lot of the Americans sort of realized that this would be the case post-World War II. When they start discussing things actually with the Japanese properly and listening to them. It takes them a while to really let it sink in. And then they spend the rest of the next 50 years trying to correct that. And you could say a lot of the modern interest in the fact that a lot of the wider global interest in Japanese culture and in spreading Japanese culture has been a reaction to the efforts to try and show the Japanese that wasn't the American intent. But that's the problem. History has a value. And this is one of the things. The Americans had conveniently forgotten their history. They'd conveniently forgotten, they thought it was a good thing. We opened up Japan to global trade. We did it by running in, telling them their entire social society was wrong, their entire social system was wrong, and threatening them with force. But we opened them up to global trade. And the thing is, because they don't make Japan into a colony, they don't really think about it. And because no one else makes Japan into a colony, they don't really think about it. But think about it. Japan in many ways suffered the same emotionally, psychologically perhaps, as being colonized. But without actually becoming a colony. So they have that trauma, but they never have the advantage of pushing them out. The threat is always that they'll come back. But they can come back at any time. And then you have the Russo-Japanese War, where the Russians are coming to do it. And, yeah, I'm not saying that this excuses what the Japanese do in Korea and China. It doesn't. But it's something you have to understand with the Japanese mindset and understanding, their view, their perspective. Peter Gunnar, had the Japanese shipping challenges, had the USN sorted out their Mark 14 torpedo challenge issues by then? To an extent. To an extent. Should the demise of US Atlanta from either the 8-inch guns of San Francisco or Portland be used as a demonstration why US night fighting was inferior to RN and IJ in the early World War II? I would have to do an actual video to discuss all that, to get into all the details around that and the context of it. I wouldn't use it as that specific example as saying that they are inferior. I would say the USN night fighting is a lot less practiced. I would say the USN has... Their war doctrine has been almost to avoid fighting at night, because fighting at night can give an advantage to the smaller side. And their whole thing has been to make maximum use of their mass versus Japanese. That's part of their warfighting doctrine. So fighting at night is something they want to avoid. So they don't practice it the same way the Royal Navy and the IJN do. And this lack of familiarity is the problem. So USS night fighting, I wouldn't argue that USS night fighting was necessarily inferior. I'd argue it's less practiced. And that's their problem. They have some great skills, some great ideas, some great concepts. They haven't put as much emphasis on it because that's not what they prefer to do. But that's a whole video to discuss rather than a quick answer in a video about a completely different topic. Oh, nice to hear from. Please don't think the British got it right. The British had the advantage of coming in after the Americans and going, "Oh, we're so sorry, they were so nasty. They got here and did it first. How can we help you get over this? We can sell you warships. Do you want guns?" Yeah. Don't in no way say the British didn't get it right. The British just got benefit from being second. There was an advantage to being the second to turn up. We were the liberator. It's an advantage. It is an advantage to be the liberator. It's one of the things. The largest empire in the world is the liberator in this scenario. But you have to remember the British Empire pulled off the biggest trick known to mankind. They managed to turn their empire into a commonwealth and made people not just willing but want to join it. That takes an amazing amount of skill and amazing amount of politicking, and the fact that it is still the vibrant organisation it is to this day, and I think it shows every sign of remaining to be so for many, many years to come, is a testimony to that. Think about the number of empires which have, when they've gone, have managed to create and continue a voluntary union, which actually nations which were never in the empire have joined afterwards because they like it. There's a lot of discussion of the Fischer-Tropsch process for co-liquefaction in 1925. They could have had a good baseload. They could have had something useful for World War II if they had invested in it. But again, this is the problem with the Japanese. As I was discussing earlier in this one, they have a lot of people who are very good at the artistic things. They are in their leadership. They have a lot of people who are very good at sharp, pointy things in their leadership. The people who are merchants and engineers, those sort of people, do not get involved in Japanese leadership until the 1950s, 60s. They have a funny habit of dying in this period if they're trying to get too high up. I know why you say the British got it right, 1968-1. The Russians got it wrong because they came in and just tried to be the Russians at this period, and they're just... Let me put it this way, the Russians have the international relations subtlety in this period of an elephant which has just taken methamphetamines. It's not going to be good, okay? That methamphetamines. Elephant or meth, basically. That's the Russian international relations in this period. The Americans got it wrong because they came in first, and they wouldn't. They decided the only option to open up Japanese trade was going to be by force because Japan didn't want to be involved with anyone else. They're quite happily being themselves, and why should they be forced to trade with everyone else if they didn't want to? Well, that never occurred to the Americans or anyone else. And the British got there second and were able to benefit from the fact that the Americans being quite so unsubtle in their work by being very subtle in their work. And yes, therefore the British can be said to have done it right, but really the British are benefiting from the fact that the Americans have done it wrong, and the British turn up and go, well, the Americans have done the hard work for us, so we don't have to be any bad guy, we can just be nice. And then, yeah, the British-Japanese relations sour over the 1920s, 30s as well. But to be fair, and this is the point of thing, the fact is that's because the British pick the Anglo-American relationship over the Anglo-Japanese relationship. They decide that's more useful. Not because the British are not Let's be honest. Considering some of the nations the British have been allied with, they could have, if they had wanted to and decided it was useful, they could have still been allied with Japan no matter what it was getting up to. The British, whilst realpolitik is a German phraseology, it sums up British international relations for a very, very long time. But Americans were rank amateur imperialists at the time. Honestly, you've put it better than I could put it. Or rather, if I use that phrase, I'd probably get told I'm being jingoistic and anti-American again. I get that a lot from people who go, you're just being rude about the Americans. I go, have you heard me talking about the British? Honestly, the thing is, I'm equal opportunity rude about all governments. This is the point. If there's an opportunity to be rude about a government, I'm there. I'm being rude about it and pointing out where it could do better. That's just me. I don't save it for any particular. I'm happy to be fair and equal with all of them. Equally rude. When the Dutch trading with Japan during the isolation period? Yes, the Dutch had been trading with them. There were interesting issues between them and the Dutch and the Portuguese. But the trouble is that the Americans don't. The Dutch and the Portuguese aren't really carrying out a massive amount of trade with the Japanese, and the Americans want more. The Americans want more. No worries, I'm American. Yeah, that's why you can get away with it easier than I can. People hear the accent and presume I just must be, upset about the Tea Party or something. Honestly, I'm not. For those who don't realise, I drink Iron Brew, I don't drink tea. Now, if the Americans had chucked Iron Brew into the water, then me and Drakenfell would be waging a personal crusade against America right now. But you didn't. You chucked tea into the water. And we don't care about that one. We have standards. But I do warn you, if you did it with Iron Brew, it would not just be us, it would be quite a large population of Scotland as well. And quite a large population of other people as well. So it would really not be good. And there's a sizable population of Americans who I would believe would be very upset if they saw people chucking Iron Brew into the water as well. In fact, there is a friend of mine in Texas who has got a rather large collection of interesting vehicles who would probably reach you before me and Drac did. Japan being open up to global trade, why is it inevitable? Like, I can see it's inevitable, it's good, there are benefits, but the fact is, I think if it had been let to go much longer, they might have found themselves dealing with a Russian invasion attempt, or something like that, which could have been interesting. But the trouble is that doesn't necessarily make it good for Japan. Duke of Petchington, you're on the way to get banned. I mean, those words, that's banning. Are there any admins in the chat? Consider silencing him now if you wish to. I leave it entirely up to admins, but banning him from speaking for the next few minutes would be completely acceptable to me. I've never done it before for any at all, but on this occasion, for that, I can understand it. I will accept it if it happens. I won't, overturn if he's banned for a few minutes. He's banned from speaking for a few minutes. How rude. Seneca can hear it. Hi. Duke of Petchington, Seneca. Just look up. I just got it. Just look up. Just look up to the Duke of Petchington's message. Stafford's got in. Seneca. Oh yeah. You're of course seeing. I have the admin screen going up here. You oh, I don't know. But yeah, the whole scenario is, for a lot of reasons, this battle is a good battle from the perspective of showing what the Americans are doing, what everyone's doing in this fighting, in this kind of operation. But, and just in case I forget, I will be on Discord after this. So if people want to come and chat on Discord afterwards, I'll be there. I'm sure Steve and Leslie and a few others will be there. Always happy to chat with everyone. Now, the point about this sort of operation is it shows where the Americans have got to. Let's be honest, this operation is conducted with almost no communication between the ships. It's conducted at pace, with coordination, but with no communication. Until they absolutely need to. And then they deliver a devastating fire, which, yes, it doesn't have the destructive impact they'd like to do. They'd like to take out the entire base at once. The thing is, you can't necessarily do that in that scenario. Actually, it's easier to do today. It's one of the things. If you think about air base in this period, they are rough strip is what we'd call them. If you consider about a modern airfield and a modern air base with its runway, its hardened shelters, all the barracks and facilities you have for personnel, those are physical things which, whilst they are hardened to an extent, if they are damaged, they are going to be a lot harder to repair and rebuild. It's going to be a lot harder to sort people out and repair the things. But a rough strip, earthen banks, those are timely to repair, but they're not impossible to repair. You're not going to have a lot of problems. But it was... That's the sort of thing. They still did the damage. And yes, they took out 2 more Japanese destroyers, and frankly the Japanese couldn't afford to lose destroyers. At no point can the Japanese afford to lose these ships. Having to use destroyers as fast supply ships is not really a sensible measure. But again, the example here, and you can draw parallels with the Battle of Cape Bon, which of course was the battle I was talking about earlier with the destroyers versus the Italian cruisers. Both the Italians and Japanese are in a similar circumstance. They have far stronger fleets prepared for war than the Germans ever do. Let's be honest, if the Germans had ever had the Italian strength, let alone the Japanese strength, they'd have been absolutely over the frigating moon. But neither of them have enough. Especially not fast supply ships. And they both need to do convoys and need to move supplies. You sort of look at the British and the Americans and you go, well, hang on, they have to do far more convoys, and especially the British are convoying things all around the world, and yet the British aren't running into that, as I talked about with HMS Revenge last week. You've got a battleship doing the movement of some of these goods, of gold. And there's no question that the British are going to take guns off HMS Revenge for her to transport the gold. They won't do that. So what's going on? Well, again, it's the fundamental scenario you find yourselves in. For both Italy and Japan, they find themselves in, at best, contested waters, at worst, enemy-controlled waters, where speed becomes even more critical for the movement of convoys. For the Royal Navy, as long as they can keep the convoy threat to submarines, it doesn't really matter as much the movement of the convoys, because the submarine, the fastest it can go underwater is 7 knots. As long as they're doing faster than that, they are going to be able to keep away from the submarine. And if the submarine's on surface, it can go faster, yes, but it's also easier to spot and easier to destroy. And that's why you have aircraft trying to keep them down. As I've explained before, for the British, the worst case scenario is when you have a 3-layered threat. When you have surface raiders, you have aircraft, and you have submarines. That is the most difficult to defend convoy time. That's when you have scenarios like PQ-17, all those things, when they feel there's going to be that level of threat, because that is the worst case scenario. The Japanese and the Italians are trying to deal with a situation when that is the scenario. when there are going to be air attacks, when there are going to be surface ships, when there are going to be submarines. And so they are responding by having to adapt warships, which are precious resources themselves, to carry precious resources. And it's those resources they're carrying at Cape Bon, it's the fuel is blocking the guns and makes it even more difficult for them to fight. In this scenario, the ships, I think they still have their launchers, but they've probably landed a large number of their torpedoes and their reloads and various other things. They haven't been upgraded with some of the other systems they could have had at this point, because they are so far, they are away from home and there isn't the logistics line to support them and sustain them. So these ships are caught unaware, like the Italians at Cape Bon. In both scenarios, they are trying to respond to a worst case scenario. They've been given a bad options. Either they have to do a major force reinforced convoy down there, and they, let's be honest, the harbour facilities at I'm going to make sure I get it pronounced right, on Kolomangara are not the greatest and cannot take large forces turning up. Or they have to do this. So the Japanese have been forced into that scenario, and the Americans, well, they've built on capability, learned lessons. They've got developed leaders like Merrill, like the others coming through, and they're now dominating. This is just a force out for a bombardment. They catch the convoy going for the convoy returning, and they take it out. So yes, the Japanese have got a supply run, but they've now lost two destroyers, and they've had to expend a lot of the resources which those destroyers had brought with them to rebuild the air bases rather than carry out operations. Drew question, a meme has now been made of this incident. I have been a contractor to both governments, and US and UK. Neither one is easy or quick to pay. No. No, Drew question, you weren't getting a part 2 with that segment. Peter Grant, rather than getting dragged kicking and screaming into foreign trade, suspect Japan was more annoyed by having to modernize and abandon their feudal past. Here is the thing, Peter O'Connell. You're saying modernize and abandon their feudal past, and you are to an extent right. But they, instead of getting a chance to evolve at their own pace, they were being dictated to, is what they felt. Instead of getting a chance to choose how they developed. And yes, let's be honest, it wasn't going to be the vast majority of them getting to choose. It was going to be the very powerful people getting to choose. That's always the way. They were pushed forward. And they were lucky in that for a while they had a very good group of leaders. But that was a very short window they had that leadership. A very short window. They would have industrialized and modernized over at some point. Let's agree for one, Peter. I do agree, but the thing is, they, with the way the Americans intervened, it gave them no choice about it. They didn't get to feel it was their choice. Now, you could maybe have manipulated the scenario instead of warships turning up, merchant ships, and a single warship and diplomatic envoys. You could have handled it like the British had handled China. And let's be honest, the British had handled China. But also, if you look at the way that China was handled, in many ways, that approach actually led to the Chinese having this full sense of confidence, which then they got quickly destroyed in the Opium Wars. Because we always have to remember that the first drug wars were fought by the British to supply drugs to China. Again, people tend to turn around and go, "You are such a Tibu," and I go, "Really? Have you heard me talking about the British government lately? Really? Yes, if anyone's on watching the channel who didn't realise it, the Opium Wars are fought to supply opium, which is a very strong narcotic. Very, very strong narcotic. Opioid narcotic, let's be honest. Opioids, that's where we get opioids from. It's all from poppies. To China. And the euphemisms for the actually taking opium in this period were chasing the dragon and all sorts of things, because that was where it was being heavily supplied to China in order to offset the cost of buying things from China, because China otherwise demanded silver. And that was causing a glut in the global silver supply, and actually caused some very interesting processes to be developed, which involved including the silver plating of metals for cutlery, etc., to deal with that glut. It's an interesting period of history. But the reality was that was causing economic instability in the rest of the world, which was causing a problem for the British. And the British found that the Chinese liked opium, and the Chinese government tried to stop the opium supplies because they found it bad for Chinese society. The British went in and basically blasted their way through the Chinese blockade and explained to the Chinese in very canon-flavoured terminology that wasn't going to happen. Also, I will commiserate review over the book costs. I just ordered the new code handbook, $280, and they knocked me $15 for the privilege of shipping it to me. Oh, lovely. Let's see, which book do I have that matches that one in? Because I think I have one on this list. Oh, yeah. The Sea in History by Nicholas Rogers. £150 is the lowest price version available at the moment. And depending on when I actually have the money available to purchase it, it rises up to that level. Let's see. There is also... There are more. There are always more. Nicholas Rogers actually books are... Nicholas Rogers has a lot of expensive books. His Strategy at Sea book starting price is at £80. And that can go up. There's a copy on here which is £400 in front of me. If I'm looking at copies which are considered research viable, because they are kind of... They're not had an entire pot of tea poured over them. Then there's the British warship building programs of 1939 to 1945 by George Moore, which has starting Options at 129, and this is used copies. And that book was only published in 2003. Yeah, no one wants to see my book. I'm just actually just adding up my entire book procurement list. For that I have currently got on my Amazon account, and I shouldn't have done this, but the moment I got in here, this is what I ended up doing. And I'm just getting mildly scared by by how much it is costing. It is it is not good. Oh, this is not good. Let's see, how much does it get to? My entire book purchase, which is just my Amazon items, just my Amazon items, is £1,200 of books are in the Amazon to buy pile. Yes. I have a problem. Yeah. This is the joy of being a historian. You constantly get recommended books to buy, and you go, yes, I would love to buy that one. It's like I have on there Lil A. Rose's Parrot Sea, 1946-2006 book, which follows the other two, which I talked about last week. These books, and they're lovely books, and I wanted the third one, but the third one is 20 quid, which I can afford. But it's a case of yeah, that's just on there. That's 20 quid. When you realise that £1,200 is made up of 18 books. Yeah. And some are 20 quid. Some are decidedly not 20 quid. That's it. So the British went for good cop, bad cop approach to China. No, the British had the benefit of being able to go good cop because the Americans had gone bad cop so badly. I'm sure you spent more on a single one. Yes. Although I will not say I'm necessarily happy with that book. But it was a key text. Basically, in my PhD Viva, one of the requests was I had to read a certain book. And I went down to the library, and it's strange. Strand Library went, we don't have that book. Went, can you get it through interlibrary loans? And so they can check. They check, and pretty much all the books in the UK, the universities are checked. No, that book isn't available. Where's this book come from? And this was not in my PhD Viva. This was in my upgrade Viva. So it was the one after you basically you're a 3-year PhD course in the UK as a standard, and you do a viva after your first year where you basically show yes I can do a PhD. If you don't pass it, you get restricted to an MPhil. I had, due to various circumstances which I won't get into, it was mine was an interesting experience. Anyway, one of the recommendations was go read this book. Okay, fine. I go try. Eventually, I find a book, and it wasn't on any of the sites. It was only on eBay. I eventually found a copy. And it was about £1,000, and I sent it through and said, "This is the only copy I've been able to find anywhere of this book. I can't even get on into library loans." I was lucky at the point because I was lucky because of who funded my PhD thesis and who funded my PhD program. I was, thanks to grandparents and grandparents of my father who'd been Masons, I got funded by the Royal Masonic Trust. Those were my funders. I didn't get. I had an interesting time again. I'm not going to get into details with the British, with the Arts and Historical Research Council, and getting funding from them for my PhD. Others could get funding, I couldn't. There was something big in my profile on my CV which they didn't like and believed meant I wouldn't complete my PhD, so they at that time would not fund me. They have since retracted that statement and are very happily trying to fund everyone they can, but they at that time they didn't. And so I managed to get funding from the Masons. And luckily, that funding from the Masons funding was a lot better than the Arts and Historical Research Council, because they would fund just your fees, whereas the ARHC, the Royal Masonic Trust gave me funding for books and funding for my fees and travel expenses, etc. So I was working as well. So when the funding came through for which was supposed to be my travel allowance, and some money towards my travel allowance and some money towards books at that time of year, I put the two amounts together and procured the book. It's about one quote in my PhD thesis, one reference. I really don't think it was worth it. And I don't think I've picked it up more than 4 times since, because it is that interestingly written. It is a very academic book, and yeah, it's fun. Vision, Toyota opened its first overseas plant in Australia in the 1960s. There was a bar for Japan becoming a dominant power for manufacturing. Just need more time. There was a path, yeah. Nothing much for British used the bad cop, even worse cop. Pretty much, that's more closer to it. Don't worry, Duke of Petchington. As said, you've had it. That's over. You are very. You're. It's been noted. Veteran Freemasonry. Yeah, I know. It's a fun thing. the thing is, they never required me to become Mason myself, which is a good thing, because frankly, I have enough joy belonging to various history societies and being a member of various history societies without having to balance the Masons as well. Honestly, yeah, that there is only so many hours in the day, and so many days in the month, and so many months in a year. The Masons like to describe themselves as an organization, rather than a secret organization, an organization with secrets, which is kind of like the Royal Navy, which is not really a secret organization, but certainly has secrets. But the trouble is there are numerous historical societies which are like that. And please note, the historical societies, most of the time, when they're keeping secrets, their secrets are things like, this is where this archaeological site is, and no, we're not sending out, because whilst there are very good people in the world who are metal detectors who go and do things properly, most metal detectorists will tell you there are also some metal detectorists in this world who are frankly absolute and if they know there's an archaeological site which might have anything of value, and will go down there with the subtlety of a sledgehammer and start charging around it. So, most of the history organizations I'm involved in also can be described as organizations with secrets. It's all fun thing. And please note, I have a lot of time for the very good metal detectorists I've worked with in my time as a historian. But I will say, the only people more vehement than me about the bad ones are the good ones. Because the good ones feel that the bad ones give them a very bad rep. Alright. Any more questions? I had to read R.W. Collins' Masculinities and its following books in my master's thesis, and thank goodness I could get a copy online, because some of those books were hard to track down. They are. All any of these books are not hard to track down. Hello, Verdun. Yeah, the Masons, as I said, I have. My father was one, my father, grandfather, and great uncles, and some of my great aunts on my dad's side were all Masons. On my mum's side, my grandfather was. A lot of the great uncles, some of the uncles I think are, etc. I'm not, as said, just because of time. Broadly speaking, as a rule with that organisation, the vast majority of its work is a very interesting. Basically, these days it's mostly a business club and a charitable club. It's kind of like a what is it? Oh, it's kind of like a more exclusive version of the Rotary Club in some regards, I would say. And their charitable trust is massive. I would say if you are considering doing higher education in the UK, the fees are nowhere near the same as they are in America. I would point out that one. But if you are doing a master's or a PhD and you do have family who are connected with the Masons, and it is worthwhile looking at and trying to apply, because they are very happy to give out funding. They are very happy to fund education. It's one of the key things the Masonic Trust for Girls and Boys exists for. That's what it's literally called. It's called the Royal Masonic Trust for Girls and Boys, and it's their education trust. And they will do things. And also, if you are let's say if you are in the Masons and anything happens to you, and you leave a widow and children, they will get the Royal Masonic Trust for Girls and Boys will assist in their education. I know I have had a few friends who have basically something has happened to their parents, and that's what the Masons originally existed for, right? The Masons was originally founded, there's all things about what it was founded for. Originally it was founded, the Masonic Trust were founded as literally a mutual insurance program. So if something happened to you as a Mason on site, which was very dangerous, let's be honest, working building a cathedral or a castle or something like that is not exactly safe work. Someone else would look after your family. And that was the point of the Masons at the time. That's got looters. The word you're looking for is looters. I was trying to be mildly polite because they do consider themselves. Most of them would presume they are not. Cool vision. And nice to say, everyone. I will leave all discussions of that particular paper to Naval, who I can honestly tell you, I had a very long conversation about this, about the same point as I was having a conversation with him about a gentleman who has written a paper saying that the new model army was mostly recruited from New England and was mostly made full up of American soldiers, and that the American regiments were the vast majority of American regiments were the vast majority of the parliamentary forces and the new model army. In that, no, we're not getting into that, and please note that wasn't the case. Look, there were some personnel, some very good and interesting personnel who had a very interesting career, who did come across from America and take part in the Civil War, for both sides, actually. Some fought for the king, some fought for Parliament. But when you start suggesting that entire regiments, and I mean this, entire regiments, multiple entire regiments, and the entire New Model Army is American, you are stretching a long way, especially when you can very quickly disprove that. So on the hood thing, I leave that to I leave that to Naval. I'm not reading that one out, Bijon. I'm not. Peter Gunner, any plans to cover a subsequent Vela Golf battle? That might well work. I'm gonna keep working through the battles. How do I put it this way? I do jump about a bit. I have patron suggestions come in, and then some they're about 2 a month, and then 2 a month which are my own choices, and sometimes they are basically me going, there was a battle on that day, wasn't there, near that? And that's literally what happened with this one. It was a case of, well, that kind of fits with the discussions I want to have at that point in the year, so yeah, that'll do. Sometimes it's a case of, I feel like talking about this. Is there a suitable avenue to open that up? But yes, there will be more discussions of the various battles of Guadalcanal and the Solomon Islands at some point. Similar around here, the Freemasons got kind of a rep. My church still makes you forswear having anything to do with them as part of membership, along with any other secret society. You see, that will be the sort of thing which, if a church asked me to do, could get me into real trouble, because I would point societies with secrets, not secret societies. Because the Freemasons cannot, by definition, be a secret society, as they are publicly acknowledged and have open places of membership and usually have Freemasonry halls. So yeah, that's the sort of you don't want someone like me around for that one, because I can understand why, but I could the spirit is correct of the request. The letter I would actually probably end up causing trouble with. This is why people like me are not good people to have around those circumstances when people are trying those things. Were there even enough Americans to figure? Oh, trust me, you haven't heard anything. I sent the links through to Drac, and he and I had a good He was, I think he was driving at the time, and we had a nice long conversation about this, and it was a case of when we are next together on one of our journeys, and with all the things that go through with the Scandinavia trip, it's going to involve two 18-hour train rides if we pull it all off. We are going to sit down with Garius and Dan, and we are going to go through these things. And we are one of the things is one of us is we're going to draw lots as to who has to do it because Neros wants to actually do it by the person who's writing these articles' book. So we can all sit there and go through the book and probably, knowing the four of us, absolutely pick it to pieces. But basically, our idea is that we act as a check on each other to check that it actually is as bad as the articles are. So, anyway, my dad still quotes that the Masons will get you out of one murder. Well, it's like Spider-Man. Save everyone once. According to Family Guy, I think it was, not American Dad. Drac does have fun having conversations in cars. Yeah, I know how the Masons view, and let's put it this way. My mother isn't keen on them for a different view. My dad at one point belonged to, I think, 12 lodges, because my dad was doing an ardent push 12 lodges and various other societies in London, because he wanted to be, his ambition was to be Lord Mayor of London, okay? Because one of his forebears had been Lord Mayor of Liverpool, so he wanted to be Lord Mayor of London. And I think it was on his mother's side. I was never quite sure. I listened to it and went, Dad, seriously. That was even when I was about 5 I was doing it. But my mum used to, because my dad was always doing this push to try and get, he used to always try and get into organising committees. And they loved their ladies' nights balls, where the wives all came in, because at that time there was no female membership of the Masons. And my mum would always get along with the job of being the president or president or something of the lady president of the ball to organise the ball, and she absolutely hates organising balls. She dancing at those events. She likes going to them. She hates being in charge of organising them, and she had to organise so many, so many. I honestly think that might have been a contributing factor in the divorce in the end. There were a few other reasons as well, but that one was seriously annoying. Right then, so what I'm going to say is I'm going to basically disappear off for a comfort break and be on Discord in a bit. Before coming up, next week we have the conception operation conclusion of HMS Ben Maishri, which I do love. We have the Kaiserler coming in as carriers at the end of the month. This month is basically a World War I themed carrier month. And yeah, it's 824 Squadron as well. So thank you very much everyone for watching. If you do want to come join us on Discord, there should be a link down below. And always happy to chat with everyone. Always enjoy it. Hope you enjoyed the video. And as said, will be, and I do mean this in the most gracious of terms, there will be a comfort break beforehand. So give me a few minutes before expecting me to be there. Thank you, Paul Amos. Thank you, Bijan. Thank you, Atros Verdun. Thank you, Just Vonk. Thank you, D340. Thank you, Black Maximus. Thank you, Carl2Man154. Thank you, CM McDevitt. Thank you, Peter O'Connell. And thank you, Dep Squads, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Duke of Petchington, for being here. And don't be rude about Iron Brew again. I know you might have multiple points, but we do not have time for nuance where it comes to Iron Brew on this channel. Iron Brew is important. Tea, not so. Iron Brew, important. The Brock, thank you. Steve Clarke, thank you. Atros Verdun, Runon, Franco, Leslie Mitchell, Calvin Gasberg, Chris Shea, thank you, Stafford, thank you, Seneca, thank you, Jack Ray, thank you, Calvin Gasberg, thank you, everyone who's been on as an admin this evening, thank you. I'm just scrolling through the list, up and up and up and up and up. Let's see how far I can go. I can get back to when Jack Ray was gifting memberships. Thank you for doing that. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, everyone who's been on this evening. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you had a nice time. And take care. Constantinus, Albert Zaski, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for the chat. Thank you for chatting away. Hope you enjoyed it. And take care. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-boom. Boom.